Pourquoi? On va toucher.
others to engage the public directly. You can use them to share updates, engage in discussion, and mobilize. I think I touched this in the other presentation, where we were discussing about the different ways in which you can share your research output, in particular your journal outputs. So you will always see that when colleagues publish, you will find them there, very active, sharing what they have discovered and the like. And so the networks that you have in your platforms also determine the extent to which you as an individual or you as an organization will influence the policy-making process. Right? If on Facebook, you are only interacting with guys from your what do you call it, from your roots, that have nothing to do with policy making, you are not going to get input or even likes, right? So your LinkedIn, who are you? Who are you connected to on your Twitter? Are you just arguing about the age of the current Nigerian president with your friends? You know. So it matters who you are connected to if you are utilizing the social media, right? So you share updates, you share discussions, you mobilize support, and sometimes you actually get perspectives about social problems that you are seeking to address, and you are critiqued in terms of what you are suggesting, and that improves your contribution to the policy-making process. Also, engage power holders, right? You engage power holders, participate in public consultations, participate in advisory committees and other opportunities to provide input into policy development. You don't have to complete your PhD to sit on a board of a parastatal, a commission, whatever, and all those. Those are some of the ways in which you can provide support to the policy-making processes. They give you opportunities to contribute. You can also make detailed submissions and responses to government consultations, inquiries, or draft legislation. Isn't it? We see this in public. I am assuming this happens in every country, right? A policy position, a legislative position is put out there in the press, in the newspapers, and the public is asked to comment. And some of these things are things that you have researched about, but you just like you are not part of them. They must find your work somewhere where you published and think through how to incorporate. So, but use those opportunities, use those spaces to try and influence the direction of policymaking processes. Right? Want to see Mtembu, you know, making a request to appear before a parliamentary committee. We see you there, giving evidence in terms of the issues that you have found as potential solutions to pressing issues of employment, for example, right? So engaging power holders is very critical in contributing to policy making. It doesn't have to wait for you to graduate, or even if when you graduate, these are some of the ways in which you can influence society. And lastly, you have got to educate and train. You can engage in capacity building programs, all right? Provide training and resources to your team or supporters to enhance their understanding of policy-making processes and advocacy techniques. Workshops, you can organize workshops or seminars to educate stakeholders. These are the regular things, especially in a research institution context, right? In a university context. We ordinarily do this in trying to influence different actors, and we invite them to those workshops, but also the marginalized, we ordinarily engage in capacity building activities. We call them community engagement activities. trying to build capacity, trying to build knowledge, understanding about certain policy issues for which we have produced evidence and are certain of the magnitude of those particular problems. So I would want to end here, and we can take questions at the end, right? Yeah, and allow my colleague to come through and give us the details. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My voice is not very loud as his. So I will try to be aided by this. My name is Obosi Joseph, as Naya stated. I teach political science and public administration from the University of Nairobi. In a PhD class, I will teach them advanced research design. It means how to teach research methods, public policy, public administration. More often than not, I also add comparative politics. But for this, I want just to pick up from where my colleague has left. We talked of policy-engaged research. Sometimes I'll ambush you by calling a name to answer a question. Rodney, yes, please. Can you tell me any 3 topics that your colleagues presented during the first day?
Talking about informal caregiving. Sorry, thank you. The gentleman, I keep forgetting his name, from Ibadan. He talked about
as for the topic.
The topic.
Yeah.
I cannot exactly remember the phrasing of the topic, but I can remember the issue he was talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Esther, any topic that you, other than yours, which struck your attention?
I do not remember the phrase, the wordings, but I remember the content and the context.
Okay, thanks. I will wish to hear from one who can remember somebody else's topic. Yes.
There was a topic on social intervention.
How did it read?
The gentleman rephrased his topic. Initially, it was the imperatives of. I think initially it was like the imperatives of co-production during health emergencies, and in the case of COVID-19, but then he said the supervisor said he must remove the imperatives of, and then it was just co-production during, or co-production for health emergencies, and then the case of COVID-19 in Nigeria. I think that's how it went.
Thank you. What the message I'm passing here, that none of the topics struck your interest. Hello, that is the truth. How come you made your presentation for over 2 hours and nobody cared even to remember what you talked about? Now that's exactly what happens and why we want to deal with the policy-engaged research. Let me ask another very common book. There's someone called Criswell. What's the title of his book on research methodology? Any of them? I know all the methodology section, each one of you, I'll see Criswell 2014, Criswell 2013. What is the title? It has started with something before that one. But anyway, more often than not, we do not make impact. We don't even know whom we want to listen to. Now we had a huge crowd, and we're not interested in making them understand what we want to do. Now we are all writing our books, our writing theses, journals. Who are you writing to? Who do you expect to do? You have very good phones. If you just Google something there, a topic you want, or your topic, the one you are presenting there, what will be the search results? Now, these are the typical things that we really know which influences how we write and how we engage. We are talking about the critical policy engaged research. You are a researcher and you're not able to engage with anyone. So what are we doing? Yesterday, the day before yesterday, that is where we were to sell yourself. Michael, if these people, some from Pretoria, Nigeria, and Nairobi, have not bought any idea which you had or wanted to sell, what kind of crowd are you looking for? You are looking for ghosts, people you don't know. I know if we had this session on the first day before you made that presentation, you will have done it differently. And you can now understand why some of you felt that the panelists were very brutal. Because they are trying to look for what you are saying and they can't even understand. Yet you say, how come the work I've done for 3 good months, sometimes sleepless nights, and this person is telling me I'm doing nonsense. But academically, they don't call them nonsense. So you missed a window of opportunity for your idea, Michael, to be sent to spread to South and West. Next time, don't miss an opportunity. And how do we carry out that? This reads common. It's very common that these days people don't go to the library. But I remember when I was studying, sometimes I think I might have read a lot in my undergraduate. And that time, unlike you, we used to believe in physical reading in the library. And you'll be fighting Jomo Kenyatta Memorial Library, University of Nairobi. So at 8 o'clock, when the library doors will be open, you will find a huge crowd waiting to get in. Some books were very few and reserved. So I can tell you bad habit we used to do at times. We'll be about group of 4 friends. We know this is a critical book. If we leave it, nobody will come back to it again. So we'll make sure X, you are reading from 8 to 11. Another one will go until it will rotate amongst us 4. The last person at 10 p.m. when the library is closed, we'll put it the only place he knows it, where he will be the first person to come there the following day. After the exams, the book will be readily available. Because some of them, those are not the only books, but a lot of books are written there in the library. Nobody's interested. And you keep on saying the government are not implementing good policies. They don't have policy advisors. Why? Who knows that you wrote something? They are there. So many people have written on education, health, water, but nobody knows. They are gathering dust. All these days, they are in the soft copy, digitalized version, e-repository. Do we want to believe like that? Research has been done and it is there. The government is not using it. Your friends are not using it. NGOs are not using it. Later you say, I am an academic, the government is useless. They don't even know that this work has been researched on. You are only taking one side of it, that the one who wants to consume is the one who should be looking for it. But if you tell me there is a particular fish in the lake or in the ocean, how do I know even now that there is some fish in the lake? And nobody has told me specifically where it is and how to get there. That is how your research or the research of most of us end up in there. You search for it, you can't get it. My colleague just talked about how many people have viewed or read your work. You only read what is good and which is attractive. At the end of your work and the section, you write policy recommendations. To who? To who are you recommending? And how will that person get it? You appear surprised, huh? Esther, does it make sense? But have you asked yourself why these findings are there? Nobody uses them. And sometimes the government picks them differently. Because that good research of yours you're talking about, you've never communicated. You never engaged with the policy makers. I will not forget, but I'll reach a stage where I'm going to ask you that topic, and please start remembering it. Who are you targeting? Just start asking yourself that question. I'll be there. We are going to discuss it here now. If your topic is not targeting anyone, it is to whom it may concern. Huh? Please go back and start reworking on your topic. Yeah, I used to have such letters that to whom it may concern. You know, it's not any particular person. So when you want to be a good policy researcher, engaged one, please never miss a window of opportunity. Michael missed an opportunity for people from Nigeria and Pretoria to know what his work is on. No, Michael can be any one of you. Including yourself, you missed, because none of you was able to remember the topic of anybody. Yet we took over 2 hours, because none of them struck your interest. Nobody will leave something of interest. You'll always remember. There's a book which I read so many years ago, over 30 years ago, called Things Fall Apart. And I will still keep on remembering that Things Fall Apart was done by Chinua Achebe. And I still, because this book was really attracted our interest. We know there was one called Okonkwo. There's another character called, who is this one? Obiarika. And Ogene the lizard. So you know, still remember, what is it? If it can fall from a tree and only drop its tail, if nobody praises him, he will praise himself. You know, I can still remember that, because that book, it attracted my interest. And another one, No Longer at Ease, where the modernity and traditions were coming in. Isaac Obi. Let's leave that one. Window of opportunity. You missed the window of opportunity. So please, before we leave at the end of the day, make sure somebody remembers what you're going to do. So what's a window of opportunity? That is a chance for you, an advocate, you use to drive through your idea. You are just one of them. Any one of us can be a policy advocate. And that will have impact on how we write our work. These windows do not open permanently. Like now you've missed it. There's a time when we were showcasing through the posters. Everybody went there. But not, your topic did not catch the attention of anyone. You'll just wait for another JAAS next year or another conference. Or now you will have to do it in your Facebook or LinkedIn. But look at all these good brains. Just see the damage failure to take a window of opportunity can do to ourselves. So what is important is that the window may not just open itself. Sometimes you cause it to happen. And the way we open it will be determined by how we communicate and how we write. You can be an honest broker. You want to see how what you are writing is going to affect somebody. So people are interested, people who are affected. How does paracetamol cool pain? Anybody with pain will be looking for paracetamol. But now when you tell us paracetamol is a medicine, it's a fact. So who will come for it? Paracetamol is a medicine. That's now you call you a science arbiter. Those are the things we call up to whom it may concern. You are waiting for somebody who is sick to come to you and ask you, okay, I heard you also have some medicine. Can it treat me? Then you said, how will it treat me? Others might not even pick the courage to come. So the science arbiters and pure scientists, when paracetamol is taken, it will reduce pain. Policy entrepreneur, that you must be entrepreneurial in your speak. When you just give facts alone without telling people the relationship of the expected outcomes, very few people will come to you. You know, sometimes we read books just for the sake of it. But there are others, majority of people are interested in what is it going to do to me or to somebody I know. The policy makers which you put at the end of your work, and also when you are doing your proposal, justifications, the policy justifications, has it crossed your mind why you have that section there? So academic researchers, where you fall, business people, government officials, all of us at any one given time will be a policy entrepreneur, depending on somebody who wants to sell an idea. And we must look for our way of making us sell our ideas. So policy advocates, when you are preparing a proposal, design it such that you are just waiting for an opportunity. If it opens, I will be there. Like that lady, those slippers who are at the, you know, there was that water place of Jacob. Oh, no. You know, the ones who are saying they will just be waiting, when it's the right time, they will be the first one to drop in, and whoever drops in there will be healed. Now, that water was just a window of opportunity. You are not waiting. Why were they next by the poolside? That is you. Is your proposal ready for a window of opportunity so that you can strike? That is where we are. The way you see your proposal, the way you see your topic, and by the way, though you might do in another session, when you speak too much, it means we are not sure what you're talking about. If I tell you what are you writing on, what is your topic, and you take 10 minutes to tell me, there's a problem. So ask yourself, does your proposal or potential research findings have a particular target? Does it have a target? Moluka, I remember your topic, but for different reasons. And I know it was on evaluation and monitoring. Did you have a target? Did your topic have a topic? Migration trajectories. Did you have a target? You don't need to give me an answer. Diamond. Did your topic have a target? Or anybody who cares to read it. That's why when you put them even in the Google search, nobody will even know the right words to look for it. So there are common ways of identifying windows of opportunity. I'm trying to make it much more practical. Huh? How do you identify it? So some of them will be the windows of opportunity or the multi-streams framework. We are looking for opportunity where the problems, political issues will converge. You can do advocacy framework. I'll not look at for much about them because these ones you are aware, because if you're in public policy, you know those theories which you really use. But what is important, whichever the framework you use, are you able to see through all the actors you are likely to engage in your research journey? Can they visualize from your research work? That work you are doing, your proposal, can you see through the people who are doing it? So some of the windows which will open could be within the legislature, the executive, the judiciary. It could be at public hearings. It could be within the legislation floor, advisors, academic sessions, decision makers, wherever they are. The details are not so much important, but what's important is that, are you having special target? Do you know where, if you want to sell your idea, you will go to? Do you see that in your work? So the platforms where you are likely to engage will include conferences like this where you are, social media, stakeholder forums, radio and televisions, print media. You can get an opportunity to tell people what you have been talking about. Who will know? Professional networks, such that you are given an opportunity and you are pushed through your idea. Everybody living here, they remember there was this topic. Somebody was writing on this work. And that is how you are engaging with the right people. We've talked of who the policy entrepreneurs are. They can be civil servants, they can be lobbyists, academics. But you must highlight, you must dramatize. Your topic must be known. The problem, the indicators of the problem you are looking for need to be known very clearly. You must define them. You know, you have a section problem definition, statement of the problem. That's the reason, opportunity for you to define it. It is not just to add other parts of the section into your work, but that's where it has to be known. The policies you are trying to sell through must be very specific and known and seen. And they can be seen, this is how it works in the event of ABCD. And who is the one who will be championing your policy issue? You know, you're the number one, the first person to be the champion. And how do you champion it? You know, where will you get critical policy actors? You cannot be talking about health when in your research, you want somebody in the health policy, and you don't even see a minister there. You don't even see a director there of health. You don't even see the health stakeholders. They are not seen in your work. You are not even mentioning them. You will not even interviewing them. You will not even be sharing that with them. So how will they know? The problem is ours. As the champions, who will take this message forward even when you are not there? The researcher's burden is east. Your burden is east when you identify and nurture the policy champions. These are your stakeholders, people who can push the message forward. But how do you do it? These champions will serve as entrepreneurs for you. As champions, they will advocate for new ideas and help set decision making. They can also mobilize peers. If these members of here managed to know your topic and they take them far and wide from where they came from, you know, they also have networks. You will see everybody's looking for you. Does any of you here know what your friend is likely to be an expert in? By the way, the first question I ask you when I look at your topic is, what are you going to be an expert in at the end of the day? You know, people have PhD in something, and they know you're an expert in something. The only one who knows it better than anyone on earth. That's why it is a finding, it's a contribution. What are we going to remember you for? When we know, oh, there's somebody who did it on health governance somewhere. If I'm looking for health governance, let me look for Esther, let me look for Diamond, let me look for so-and-so. So please get back to your work and have that as challenge. Having said that, how do you design a policy engaged research? We must understand that there is a whole spectrum of engagement. There's a stage on which there is no engagement, and there's a continuum where there is engagement. If you have not considered this, please have a lens in which you can look at your work. Do you want a situation where there is no engagement, or where there's a policy engaged research? There are two continents. At two ends, you can choose where you want to be. And each has impact. And to my far left, there is no engagement. You say you identified a gap, you researched and published, but you are not having forums where people can be told on what you are talking about. There's the next level where you identify the gap, research, and recommend. The first section, you didn't even recommend anything. You just said paracetamol is medicine. Yeah. Now you're saying paracetamol is a medicine, but when you are cut or when you are feeling headache, you can take it. Conduct policy research. Why do you mean policy research? Policy research must show action. You must identify there is something that should happen, action or inaction of the government. What has the government failed to do? What should the government do? And make a recommendation. That means this problem that has been occurring like this, we have identified this kind of issue which can be useful, and I recommend for people in such kind of scenario to do it as such. Now that is now policy relevant engagement. And that's where I want us to focus, start our focus on. Is your topic likely to engage? Is your topic relevant? What we ask, and I know you were asked in class, why do you want to study that topic? And sometimes there are people who have even studied that topic, because the fact that you have not seen one does not mean nobody has studied it. And that's why we ask you to start doing the search, what work has been done, so that you see what you are going to fill. So your topic, it cannot demonstrate a problem, a societal problem that needs to be addressed. It can be any other topic in any discipline, but not public policy. A public policy is about problems within the society that need to be done. So your study must be very clear on what it's going to do. So if you have it, it can be okay. We're not saying it is bad, but it will be good for another discipline, but not that of public policy. You will not be a public policy scholar if you are not able to come out clearly with that. And you will not be there all the time when we'll be reading your work. So your work must be able to speak for itself. Can we tell from your topic in the first 1 minute? By the way, when you're conducting literature review, and I know you went through this, you'll never read all the books. How do we work out on a literature map? How do we know this one is relevant? You only look at the abstract, introduction, topic, and if you cannot find anything useful, relevant to your work in the abstract, in the table of contents, in the introduction, you're wasting your time. There's nothing useful. Now, if you, whatever you are talking about, I've gone through 5 pages and I'm not sure what you are talking about. I've gone through your abstract and I cannot find out exactly what you are talking about. It means I will abandon it. I will not continue reading. You too also have read some books. This book is not interesting. Why is it interesting? There's nothing which is capturing your attention. So start with policy actors, work with them all through. It can be physical. You can visualize in your mind who are likely to be interested in this, who are supposed to be interested in your evaluation capacity. By the way, the interest is about evaluation. Capacity, those are now details explaining. So when we see your topic on evaluation, we just look at it. When we park on food security, those on food security are the ones who are now looking for you. Where are you on this spectrum? Ask yourself, where are you in the spectrum? And where will you like to be? Rodney, where are you, Innocent?
I'm strongly approaching the policy relevant engagement.
You are strongly approaching. That means you are somewhere on appended.
Strongly approaching the
But where would you like to be?
course of the policy engaged research.
Now we can look at for all of us and just see what do we need to do to be where we want to be. You know, you are trying to prescribe something for somebody you don't know. And even what that person is suffering from, you don't know. Even how that your issue, your medicine will be helping that person, you don't know. And you still expect them to flood your house or coming to you that, please, can I help me? What's happening here? Someone wasting his energy. I like that, wasting energy. Rodney, let's assume you're the one. Huh? Are you likely to, can you push that rock and take it wherever it was? No wonder somebody will say that is wasting energy. So does getting to the desired level feel like that? All of you, the studies of the topics talking about, it's like that rock. And you want to push it to meet your consumers with the policy. What do you need to do to push it? But this thing can be pushed, by the way. There are other ways of doing it. He doesn't have to do that. You know, this guy had no strategy. But there are support mechanisms that he can use to roll that rock. That is how the research is. So we have challenges. That rock put together require a lot of things to be pushed. You need resources. If you don't have resources, you will not carry out that research. You need research attributes. You must be sharp, strategic, know how to get the right materials. And which environment are you going to be in? Sometimes you look for a topic which you wonder, when will you even get the data and how will you get the data? You as a researcher and other external factors, all these contribute towards overcoming the challenges in policy research. So how should policy engaged research be designed? Be conscious of the environment. The first thing, what are the problems that are there? What are the concerns? What are people suffering from? Who are likely to be the people in need? Then be conscious of narratives. You have talked of your literature review. You are trying to find out what others have said about it, how it has affected others. How have they been implemented anywhere? Technically, that is what something like literature review means. What are the gaps in the narratives? Are they right? What information is needed? How do I get it? And who are the stakeholders? That takes you to be, what kind of findings will be useful? You know, remember, I'm talking of what kind. I'm not talking of what findings, because some of your proposals, when they are read, they read like findings already. So we ask, why are you going to the field? You are even giving us results in the proposals. How do you present them? Who will listen and how will they act? I have a lot of stories to tell on that, but in another session. Otherwise, if you are the longest, I will tell you how people prepare for actions and reactions of the potential audience. What specific recommendations am I making? How do they respond to the issue at hand? That's where you are. This must appear in your work. I know they have different titles. You can call them different names, but exactly you must be clear on who you are recommending to and how that person you're recommending to will implement it. That is what will make them come back for you. At what point should we begin to engage with researchers? How do we do that? Why is it that difficult or easy? You know, it can't be easy anyway, because that's why we missed the opportunity to pass our message to our peers. So the first stage is the conception, ideation. What happens? Be present, visible, and knowledgeable. Do not start writing on something you don't know anything about. So far, what is the information? What have you heard about it? What do you know about it? Who has talked about it? Because we'll start asking you, this is not new. So and so I talked about this. So what are you bringing in afresh? Be visible, be at the right places. Now you are at the right places. You've got new ideas and how people, things are gone, new ideas of doing it. Something that you are thinking was so important, but you realize from the engagement, I need to sharpen my ideas. People look at it differently. What is their research or the agenda? What do they want to hear? So you must start designing it the way which will be interested to your supposed audience. You will never satisfy everyone. Your readings, your materials will only be important for a particular group of people. That group you are targeting, reflect it in the design. How will you collect your data? Be guided. That data that you are collecting is what will determine, is it public policy? Is it literature? Is it anthropology? Is it sociology? That's why even if you are anthropologists, if you have gone to public policy, you must use the language of public policy. Otherwise, who will come for it? Now that things fall apart I'm talking about here will be so good for literature students and literature interest. But what he wrote was very interesting. A lot of those readings I did out of leisure, though it was a set book at one time, I think when I was in school, in high school. Yeah. But I continued enjoying them more and more. and how Udo, the one who was speaking good English and was smartly dressed in suit, talking to those in Mofia village, very tough one, dressed. But now when another one came, Obi from London, the people said the Mofia people were really laughed at us. Our own has now come. But now when he got to the podium, it was the opposite. They found him in a short-sleeved shirt. There is no tie. And when he started speaking in English, the English was too simple. Is, was. Now, these people, did this one also come from London, the same place where Udo had come from? Mark you, the villagers there did not understand English, but they thought that they know tough English and simple English. It's a perception. Are you able to draw the perception of the people to be interested so that you can capture the audience all the time? There are people who will buy the idea who did not even intend to. Impulse buying. You get to the market there and you go, I was going to buy shoes. And then in the process, you've seen a very good top or something else. That is where your ideas will be. In your data analysis, is it relevant? Is it attacking? This is where you have even the validities. Did I use the right data, right tools to deliver? Dissemination. We are now talking to those stakeholders you had identified from the beginning in the design. Are you imagining these stakeholders will come from heaven? If you didn't know them, who will organize them for you, by the way? Suppose you organize dissemination for your work. If you are not even foreseen them in your work, or you want to behave like villagers, my villagers, who believe that rain comes from heaven. That rain is not a product of scientific interactions. I gave an example when I was doing my work. PhD thesis was on water. So people kept on asking now, what is water in political science? Water, why you don't do it in chemistry? Why not geography? But I'm interested in governance. Others only hydrology, geology. But my perception was on governance. And that's why I was talking about water governance. Those people are talking about something else, but about the same water. And there's nothing wrong with that. They are targeting a particular audience. I'm targeting a particular audience. That's why we must be deliberate in what we are looking for. And if you are not sure from the beginning, you will have it very difficult to even identify what kind of stakeholders, those whom you put in your name, in your thesis, justification, and even recommendations. So you'll start having very generic recommendations. I'm recommending this to stakeholders, to policymakers, to researchers. What kind of stakeholders? Do we know them? Or you want to identify themselves? Sometimes they don't know that thing can be useful to them, and it is your own need. And that's why some work will be visited more than others. How do you know the actors in your research journey? It starts from the beginning. Are you able to see through all the actors you are likely to engage in your research journey? That topic, migratory trends, trajectories. Who are the actors likely to be in it that is going to affect? Can they be visualized in your research topic? If I read your topic, can I tell this is likely to be looked for people, the health policymakers? This is urban. This is governance. This is health issue. I should target now the county government. I can take now the international relations, diplomacy. I can tackle the regional government, research institutes. Can you visualize it in your research topic? That is the first challenge, which you can leave everything, but that one you must carry home wherever you go to. In your topic, can we tell? Can we, when we have the same topic and reading the words, know which discipline to place it? Who are they in the policy process? Are they implementers? Are they formulators? Are they consumers? Where are they? These are the things which will make that very clear. So, policy process. All of you, if you have read basic public policy books, there's something you talk. Policy, public policy is wicked. I want to demonstrate how wicked it is. When we talk, why are you talking and very much? In your basic policy making process, you say in policy, we formulate policy, then decision makers, then we implement it, we monitor, and we first start by setting an agenda. It is never as easy as that. That's why all of us had very good grades in the theory work, even research method classes. By the way, research methods is one of the best units where students pass with very good grades. In my primary school, we used to call them, we have passed with flying colors. But start getting to writing. That is where the rubber starts hitting the road. So we asked, well, what happened? Everybody here passed research methods because of the issue we designed. So the policy process operates like that. They're beginning to start seeing them now. Who are the policy actors? Initially, they started just like one plane, that formulation, agenda setting, monitoring, implementation. You're already seeing that cabinet, there's parliament, ministry, private sector, civil society, donors. I am asking you your topics. What are they targeting? Are they talking about anybody here? The next movement, somebody was talking about the ministry. Are they as implementers? Are they decision makers, formulators, agenda setting, or monitor? So one person can be talking about that, but in various aspects. We continue with the journey. It's getting dirtier bit by bit, because now it's going messed up at the cabinet. Also, they're not the only people who can do that. We move again. These are just for demonstration purposes. How you see all possible interactions. Now you see. All possible interactions. Now you understand why when you call it that's the policy, it's a match, it's wicked. These are all possible dimensions that can come out. And that's why we must be very clear on what are we talking about? Who are we targeting? What is our topic targeting? So this just to demonstrate when you talk about, I know all of you understand, oh, policy is wicked. Now the wickedness is coming through this manner because of the possible interactions. Now, out of that wicked environment, how do you pick out your policy actors? Mine will be different from others, or different expectations. So policy actors could be officials, politicians, consultants, where we call them duty bearers. And we also have individuals, people in natural environment, those who live the policy. They are duty bearers and there are those who live the policy. And that's why if you do not see how those who live the policy will be affected, we say your work is in progress. Who are going to be duty bearers must appear in a public policy work. What role will you, the researcher, prefer and how? What do you want to do? Just a way, there are several ways of looking at it, of putting yourself at the right place where you like to be. But I just want to propose for you one. Get this what you call aim. Aim means alignment. That means you must align. Do they agree with the pure audience? Do they agree with your approach? Do they agree with your assumptions? Do they want to do the same things that you think need to be done? Are they thinking what you are thinking? To me, that's the most important thing. Are they able to understand you the way you want to be understood? Then, what do they have interest in your work? And that was telling you that target, you need to interest them. Even if you are writing for academic purpose, there are particular people who are interested in some particular work. Not everybody reads every book. Are they committing time and money to the issue? Are they willing to listen to you, to what you are saying? Nobody will be interested in listening to trash. That one I can tell you for sure. Do they want something to happen? Whether it is for or against, are they going to the events on the subject? Are they publicly speaking about it? None of you spoke about the topics, you listened to them and you saw. That means the interests were not aligned. You did good pieces of work, but what you are doing, the interests were not aligned. They were being seen as your work, not our work. Influence. It is that you will cause the influence. You cannot influence somebody whom you are not interested in, or who has not pushed you to get interested in. That is why for those who have partners, that is the same reason. You know, you are people who are world apart. You convince someone because your interests were aligned, or you made somebody to see things the way you are seeing. The way you convince your partner to be where you are is the way you must convince your audience. It's the same skill, it's the same route, it's still the proposal. So you normally say, have you proposed to so-and-so? Who tells you that proposal is different? John. It's the same manner, the way you design it, only that time, your target is different. So for any target, you must have appropriate proposal. So the matrix of line of alignment and interest in the specific topic, there's a relationship. So there are people of low interest and low level of alignment and high level of alignment. We also have low interest in the topic. So when people have less interest in the specific topic, you know this thing is good. And the level of alignment is low, but they still don't know. It is your interest. It is your role to make sure you develop awareness and enthusiasm of your audience. If your people have high interest in your topic, but they are less aligned, they are less connected, it's upon you to target how to challenge the existing beliefs, those narratives we just talked about. If there is high interest, high alignment, people are trying to connect with it, yet the interest is low in the specific topic. Develop enthusiasm and address the topics. How do we love it? By using the right topics, the right words. If there is high interest and high alignment, then learn in partnership. So using M, as we conclude, list all the relevant actors in your topic who are likely actors. Map the actors on the matrix according to their current behavior. That's how you will see who are likely to be your opponents or proponents. Who are you to partner with? Who will be interested in your work? Identify the most influential actors of all these. Who are the most influential? Because if you use the most influential, that's how you'll be able to pass the idea. That is how even the government will be able even to get your your document will be able to find space in the government. You are doing something about ministry, about foreign relations, and you've never made effort even to touch base with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So who will be looking for your work? You are doing something about water. You don't even know who the water officials are, the directors. You don't even know the water users. You don't even know the systems in this. So who will consume your work? That's when I use the word that to whom it may concern. They will not come. While the others are able to pass the message and take it home, you are still waiting. Somebody will come to start asking you whether you are available or not. Identify the actors to whom you have direct access. Are there others you can access directly? Are there others you'll be able to seek assistance? Consider how you might want these actors to change in terms of movement and along the matrix. Are you going to develop enthusiasm? Are you going to develop partnership? Or are you going to create awareness? You know, this is through your work. What is your work intended to do at the end of the day? Decide what should be done with each in order to achieve the desired changes. Remember, all this happen in political environment, the culture, attitude, it is not free. People compete. Finally, what to do? In your work, list all possible actors involved in your research. Determine and list those that are aligned and are interested in your research. You must know. Otherwise, you're in the wrong field. Determine and list those have influence. Determine those not aligned and those without influence. Then use M to classify the actors and explain how you will help those with less but influential get interested in your work. Thank you very much for listening. This for the.
Okay, that means you have to bring your tea break cups. So the next session will be working in tea break. That's what we're doing. I want you to answer it. All right, let's start with them.
Yes.
So you're number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5. Who is the fifth person?
Yes, thank you very much. I think my question is for Professor Tenai. I think you mentioned something around, complicated scholars writing in ambiguous languages. So, and some supervisors also try to touch on why you are writing journalistically. So what's the middle ground? Not writing ambiguously, but also not being journalistic. Thank you.
My question is for Dr. Obosi, and I think it's because you are the chair of my presentation. So in your presentation, you said something about indicators of the problem. I can't remember where it is on your slide, but there's something on indicators of the problem. The way it appears to me, I want to know if this is the right interpretation so that you can clarify. The way it appears to me is that we start highlighting what the problems are. And if I were to merge that with how I did my presentation, I feel that doesn't that mean that we're just saying that this is the problem, and this is the problem? I just want to know what indicators of the problem are and how we can merge it with, align it with expectations of public.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. My question goes to Dr. Obusi. You just display the hazy and murky process of policy interactions. And I know that research work doesn't really allow such interactions because you have specified methodology and you must produce a streamlined outcome. So if a researcher, what is the implication of this? If a researcher now carried out a research on a particular problem and it goes to that hazy and mocking interactions, what becomes the content of that research output? And what would the researcher do?
Thank you very much, sir. My question goes to Dr. Obosi. Please, in the matrix table that was shown, I did not see the position of potential blockers because I believe that they might have certain influence in getting the research get to the top. So how do we engage these potential blockers to helping our research fly? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And then the last question. If you can't finish answering the question, just pick them one by one. Who is the last person?
Yes, my question is for Dr. Obosi. So you talked about policy actors and you talked about the duty bearers and those who live the policy. So my question is this, that imagine a research where the focus is on those who live the policy as the policy actors. So my question is this, that is it sufficient to say that a particular research is policy relevant if you don't necessarily consider those within the policy-making process? Is it okay if the focus is on those who live the policy as policy actors? Thank you, sir.
Hope you want to respond first, because the other four will combine.
Mine is a quick one. About the language. Conveying the message is not tied to its difficulty. So you are saying to someone, they are probably saying, but convey a message. I remember it's the last lecturer.
Thank you. I will combine the questions, the three are about the migration. But let me start with the migrated. I'll use just a when we talk of the identify the indicators of the problem, why are you carrying out the study on the migration? What is the problem that is caused by that migratory? Is it leading to armed conflicts? Is it leading for youths fighting, going to the street? Or is it, what is it? And then how will it be known? So that people understand this is what you are targeting. That's what we mean by the indicators. What are the indicators of rainfall? When we see there's a storm, when there are floods, whatever there is. So this issue of migratory, what is it intended? Why will we know that migratory trajectory is a problem to the society which need to be sorted? Then back to Maki problem. I told you the issue was much more of a demonstration to pick out your knowledge from the book which you read that policy is murky. So we just showed how murky it is. It is your responsibility to debunk it. How do you debunk it? Being clear, am I targeting the ministry? If I'm targeting the ministry, do you realize that they have some intersections with other actors and stakeholders? So that your statement is very clear, which journey are you going? If I'm going to Ibadan, am I going through Addis Ababa, or am I going to like a queue to Mutala Mohammed straight away? And then I take a 2 hours drive. Or am I going to use a chopper directly to at the place? So this is why we are saying that be conscious that the policy field is murky. And that's why if you don't unpack and say clearly who you are looking for and where you are going to, you will not be understood. You can simply be misunderstood. That's why I was demonstrating that know that you are not the only fisher panel. What the fish you are looking for is not the only one in the sea. There are others. So you have to be clear on what you are pursuing and how. Indicating your problems, strategy, the characteristics of what you're looking for that, I have got it. Not just chancing. That one combines for all, because all the three of you are on the murky issues.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
you can continue the conversation with him later. So can we do that in 5 minutes? They're late already. Come on, stretch your leg, even if you don't want to. Stretch your leg.
That's okay. We are on to the next topic, and that has to do with the do's and don'ts of methodology. And to handle this section, we are two. I have my colleague. I want him to introduce himself fully so that I will not introduce back.
Sure. Thank you, Prof. I'm Oscar Otele, faculty member at the University of Nairobi's Department of Political Science and Public Administration. So we'll be facilitating this session. Thanks, Prof.
I am Benjamin Ehige from the University of Ibadan. And we have the theme for the presentation as seen on the slide there, do's and don'ts of methodology. And we have the brief of the contents. We have a story that we'll start with, the watermelon story. And after that story, I would see how you can relate it to research methodology. Then we have the others on research skills. The story will lead to the importance or the relevance of research skills. And following that will be some basic concepts in research methodology in terms of other concepts that are related to methodology, which include research design, research methods, research methodology. And we will examine a research process model. And in that model, we'll see how the knowledge, philosophical background of research can be used to align with the research methodology. And that will key us into some few qualitative research methods and quantitative research methods. And we'll see the relationship between research designs and research methods. Then the research methods, we will examine quantitative research methods and qualitative research methods, and we'll end it with the mixed methods. Then from there, we'll look at how to present methodology reports and some things we need to do and some other things we need not do in the course of research. So can we move on with this story? I want you to listen attentively to the story because after the story, we'll launch into the topic. The story is labeled the watermelon story. The next slide. Yeah, the story is about two brothers who graduated and were engaged in a company that was involved in the production of juice, fruit juice. Both of them were employed the same time. But along the line, the elder brother was promoted to a higher managerial level, while the younger one was not promoted. The younger one felt disgusted, and that is just the story. From the second part of this slide, you will see the assignment that was given to the younger brother. After he complained and he had the intention of leaving the job, of resigning. So the management now gave him an assignment to prove to him what he lacked, which the elder brother had. And that assignment was, go and find out if anyone is selling watermelons in town. That was just the assignment given. And he went out, he came back, he said, yes, there is someone who sells watermelon. That was all he brought back. The manager now sent him back. He said, how much does a kilogram cost? This younger brother drove back to the town. He inquired and he returned back and informed the manager that they sell a kilogram 13.50 rupees, which is their denomination. The next. And after his return, the manager invited the elder brother. He said, look, I am going to give the same assignment to your elder brother, and let's see what will happen. And he sent him out again. Now the elder brother went out, and on his return, these were his reports. 1, manager, there's only one person who sells watermelon in the whole town. He reported that. Number 2, the cost is 49 rupees for each watermelon and 32.50 rupees for half a melon. He sells at 13.50 rupees per kilogram when sliced. He has in his stock 93 melons, each one weighing about 7 kg. He has a farm and can supply us with melons for the next 4 months at a rate of 102 melons per day at 27 rupees per melon, which includes delivery. The melon appears fresh and red with good quality, and they taste better than the ones we sold last year. He has his own slicing machine and is willing to slice for us free of charge. We need to strike a deal with him before 10 a.m. tomorrow, and we will be sure of beating last year's profit in melons by 223 rupees. The next. This will contribute positively to our overall performance, as it will add a minimum of 3.78% to our current overall sales targets. I have put this information down in writing and is available on spreadsheet. Please let me know if you need it, as I can send it to you in 15 minutes. The younger one was very impressed and realized the difference between himself and the elder one. He decided not to resign, but to learn from him. This is a story. How would you relate it to research methodologies? Open to the floor. Is there any relationship between this story and research methodology? Yes. Do you have mics? Let me give this to you.
Thank you very much, sir. The first report was scanty, without detailing the events that surround the sales of that watermelon. So the second one was a detailed report with critical analysis of needed variables for profitability. So I think that is the difference.
Any other?
It's quite similar to what he has just said. I would just say the elder brother's findings were quite lucid and detailed, and again, they were documented. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think as what I would simply like to add to what my 2 colleagues have mentioned is the methodology of undertaking the task. The first brother went, he came back with only the price. And when he was asked about, there was a second question he was asked, and he had to go back again to come back to with simply another 1-sentence answer. But this older brother, when he was given the assignment, he went out and came back with very comprehensive information one time.
Ibadan, Nairobi, Pretoria. Yes.
Okay. I think the second report has the findings. It has the implications of those findings, and it has recommendations. Thank you.
Pretoria.
Obviously, the elders brothers report was more detailed with the recommendation and the rest of that. But again, that of the younger brother seems to me to be very specific, because he only answered the questions which he was asked.
If I were to relate it to research, the younger one came back and said, I'll be doing a mixed methods. The older one came back and said, I'll be doing a qualitative study, purposeful sampling, explorative study, and I'll be using primary and secondary data, and so on and so forth, the population and everything, if I were to relate it to the research. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. So for me is what prompted the approach on both sides. So for the elder brother, he went about the approach, but there must be some questions inside him that he wanted to answer. And that, of course, necessitated what she said about, oh, this is, the variables that I want to get from this sampling. So for me, it's the criticality of the mind. It's okay, they have the same task, but the mind is working differently. And that, of course, showed in the results that came out at the end of the day. And it all goes into, what the methodology that then both of them applied.
So it's not just about what should be done. The task is what should be done. It's not just about the research topic as the task. It's also how should you do it? So if you understand that you have a research topic, which is there anybody, other person selling watermelon? You should have the twin question, how should it get done? Not you having to drive back to town to ask the question, then coming back. So that's the relationship for me.
Let's exhaust this so that it will now be easier.
Yeah, for me, I have deduced it in a manner that it shows that there is a value in experience because of the fact that there is an elder person who's been there, seen it all, and is able to look at things holistically. And then there is the young brother who is only particular on the task assigned for the day. So when we translate to our research, we know that there are those who are ahead of us, who've gone ahead of us. It's also important for us to learn from them and to develop a good attitude like the younger brother, because he had an option of just walking away and feeling like his effort were not appreciated, but he had an attitude of learning. So that's how I have deduced it from a research perspective.
Okay, for me, they both had research questions, the same at the beginning. However, what I see is one went ahead and tried to find the answer without a design or a blueprint of how he was actually going to get the answer. That is why he did not count the cost at the beginning to say, okay, how am I going to do this? What do I need? It's like trying to build a house. They tell you both, okay, build houses. And then one starts to plan, the other one just starts laying on bricks. And by the time he's at the roof, it's like, oh, I forgot the doors. And then they had to go back. So for me, it's like one had a plan, one didn't.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. I think for me, it also speaks to the worldview that the two gentlemen approached this. The first one seems to have thought that the answer can only be found from only one source. The other one seems to have adopted more like a constructivism lens to say there could be multiple realities in existence there, which I hope were informed by the spirit of Ubuntu.
Thank you all. You have spoken well. As she was answering, something that came to my mind is the spirit of the Gen Zs. Well, as has been mentioned, the task was the same, constant variable. The environment was the same, constant variable. But the only difference was the part of the researcher. The researchers, they had different orientations. They might have even had similar or same training, but the ability of going out to discover and recover information was the difference. And that is where research skills come in. And research skill actually is a soft skill. We refer to it as soft skill as distinct from hard skill. What you are all receiving now, we may say that is hard skill. When you are back in the field, that is when the soft skills will manifest. Some people have these ideas of research methodology. If they are subjected to an examination, come and explain, they can explain very well. But when the opportunity comes for research, how are you able to put this into use? And that's why I always tell my students that it is not the certificate or the degree you are carrying that matters. What matters is your ability to make use of the knowledge you have acquired in a particular circumstance, in a particular situation. We have seen it. Two persons faced with the same situation, but they approached differently, and the results were different. I don't know if some of you have had the experience. You went to your research field, only for you to come back. At the time of data coding and analysis, you remembered there's a variable I did not add. How will you recover that variable when you've already collected your data? It might not be so easy going back. That's why it requires your planning prior to going out for the research. So with that, we want to see what research skills is all about. Research skill is a soft skill. It's a soft skill. It's not hard skill. And what does it involve? Ability to answer questions or solve research problems in terms of your ability to gather materials and information. To be more precise, it involves the following: ability to search for. If an item is hidden somewhere in this room and you ask some persons to come and search for it, people will use different strategies. Some wouldn't mind pulling down every table that is here. Some others, they will just roughly look at some, it's not here. It's not here. That is what research skills is all about. Some people could persevere when it comes to going to the field and collecting data. Some others are not patient enough. Some cannot even undergo the stress that is involved. Research skill has to do with searching for, then locating, just like what investigators do, forensic experts. When they are looking for evidence, they go at length in searching for it. What is important is ability to locate whatever you are searching for. Then after you have located, now in terms of research, when you are locating different things, different information. And at times, some of the information, they might seem meaningless. It might seem as if, oh, they are not useful. But a good researcher will gather everything together, especially when it comes to qualitative research. Then after you have gathered together, you now begin to work on the data, begin to extract, you begin to categorize, you begin to group, you begin to harmonize some together and differentiate them from the others before you come into analysis, interpretation, evaluation, and so on. All these are the needful for research skills. And I want to encourage you, please do not limit yourself to the knowledge of research methodology, but ability to harmonize them together in a meaningful whole. That is what brings a factual outcome in a research. 3 persons, you may have the same research topic, but by the time you are reporting back, you'll be wondering whether it is the same environment you went to. That is research skill. Then what is research? Research is the systematic. I'm sorry, we are just discussing this. We know that you have had some teachings in related areas, so there might be overlap, but we want to see how we can overcome such overlap. So we might not overdwell on some with the assumption that you have been exposed to them. But if you have not, just call attention. Then we will come back and address them in detail. Now, research is systematic effort. The word systematic is underlined. Underlined in the sense that it's not just an art, it is a scientific effort that is put in place. And that's why a researcher, especially in this field, is a scientist. Scientist in the sense that you don't just wake up and use your own hunches and begin to say, this is how I want to do it. The way you want to do it must align with some procedures that are already there before your intention in researching. And that is why it is called research. There's difference between search and research. When you are searching, we may say it's a novel thing. But when you are researching, it suggests that some attempts have been made. It might not be 100% the same, but some things are already there. So what you are doing is taking it from another perspective. So it's systematic effort to discover or to confirm what some other people have done. At times, some have gone to the field. You may want to replicate some findings. We may have similarities in policies that are in operation, like the poster that we had some 2 days ago. Someone was saying he wants to, I think maybe you want to compare 3 different states. Such analysis, different persons might want to take up that topic in the different states and you want to replicate it. So the idea of discovering and confirming is there. Then in research, there must, like we must have been told, there must be a problem. You must have research questions. You must have objectives. You don't just stand up and say, I just want to work on this. There must be a plan. And that part of the plan that will enable you go out, like that elder brother did, there was a problem. The manager of the organization is looking towards increased profitability, optimization of profit. And if that is what the manager has in mind, you should think along. And that is why he thought along. What are the variables that I needed to study so that I can come up with reports that will meet the expectations of my manager? And that's what policy is always all about. You want to go out there, you must think ahead. In fact, you must understand the psyche of the source of the policy so that when you are in the field, it's the person that is in the field. And by the time your reports are back, you have carried out your analysis and the source is reading your analysis and your report. We will be making like this. How did you know I needed all this information? That's what happened with the elder brother. So that's what research is all about. Someone defined it as something that people undertake in order to find out new things in a systematic way. Your findings, your research must come up with new things. That's why 2 days ago, we were discussing about literature review, bringing literature to the contemporary times and so on. If you are carrying out a research and what you are investigating on is what another person has done, is there any added value? There's no added value. That is why you need to understand what others have done. Then you now think of what is or are my additions to this. If there are no additions, then there's no added value. In marketing, we have what we call added value. Whatever value that has been there, you must add. So research is all about adding value. Then we have these concepts of design and research method. That's research design and method. And along the line, why some of you were explaining, the concept of design came up. What is design? Design is all about planning and structuring a framework for the study. Like this building, just take it from architectural perspective. Before this building came in place, the architects, civil engineers, they have done some things. There must be frames, otherwise the building can collapse. That's why at times you hear that some buildings got collapsed because the frames were not properly fixed. In research too, where there are no frames, the research cannot stand. So design is very much essential. When you have a design, that's part of the planning. When you have a design, it gives you an idea of how you will approach the research. And that design would include planning for selecting participants. Who are supposed to be participants in this research? And if you don't cover the totality of the participants that will be relevant, you discover that there will be a gap in information. You will not be able to obtain all the information. And that's why at times you remember, like that young man, you go back and say, oh, there's a group, a subgroup that was not covered in this research. Or maybe if it is for classroom work, your supervisor will say, there's a gap. You need to visit such population. So it requires selecting subjects. And in selecting subject, part of the design too, you have to know what sampling technique will you use. Like we know, population is very large. More often than not, when it comes to behavioral research, you might not be able to study the entire population. But we know that the population is always heterogeneous. We cannot guarantee homogeneity. Now, if you are selecting participants for the study, the heterogeneity as present in the population must also be observed in the sample. That is why your sampling technique is very essential. So design is all about your selecting your subjects, your research sites, where you will conduct it, the data collection procedure, and so on. So in brief, we can say that research design is a frame, like a bridge, that connects research problem with its implementation. We have it at one side of the river, and we have the research problem or the research questions at the other side of the river. How do you connect the two? There must be a bridge. Research design is that bridge that will link the understanding of the research questions to how it will be executed. The method is very easy. It has to do with the strategies, processes, and the techniques which researchers adopt in carrying out research. The next. Now, research methodology. Research methodology, put in a brief form, has to do with the theories, the research philosophy, the paradigms, and so on that you use to justify the choice of any research method. You don't just say, I'm using this research method. On what basis are you using that method? Is that the only research method that is available? No. If it is not, amongst the lots, why would you pick this and not this? What's the relationship between that which you are picking to the population, to your research problem and questions and objectives, and so on? Now, if you don't have a background knowledge of some research philosophies, you might not be properly guided in terms of how you go about the choice of your research method. We are going to consider some research methods and methodology, and here I'm sure you all have your research topics now. So we'll see how you can infuse these into your topic or using what you have already to explain what we'll be considering now. Please turn to the next. Now we have a tabular presentation of research designs and research methods. And we have grouped the research methods into two, the quantitative and the qualitative. Just have a glance at this and see if you can identify any one of these that relates to what you are working on presently for your doctoral dissertation. Have you been able to identify? If you have, we want you to educate us on these in relation to what you are currently working on. You explain your design, your research method, whether it's quantitative or qualitative or a combination of both, which is the mixed design. Then you explain to us how you want to adopt them in your research so that it will give us an expose on how these could be used. Who will kick off? Good, thank you. Is your hand up? Oh, it's not. You are studying, reading her mind. Yes, who will help us out? You have your research topics already. Yes, thank you. Yes.
My design is on here. My design is cross-sectional design. Cross-sectional, but it's not here. It's not part of the research designs indicated here. I'm also working with qualitative. So with special focus on focus group, observations, in-depth interviews, and a lot of others in the qualitative angle. Yes, it's one of design. That is, a research go to the field, collect data once and come back without simultaneously without intention to go back and get it. So it's one of research design. Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah. What about your method? Yeah, my method, I'm working. What is your research title so that we can know about? Yeah, although it suggests to review now based on interaction and so it discrimination against people with disability art and street begging with people with disabilities in Ibadan metropolis, Nigeria. So that's what I'm working with. Yeah, it's yeah, I'm not using exploratory because I'm aware of the fact that a lot of work has been done. So I'm just coming in to find a special way to fill the extant gap in some of the work that have been documented. So I am using cross-sectional because one, I'm aligning my research with qualitative. It's not experimental, so correlation won't be there. It's not experimental, so experimental won't be there. It's not diagnostic and all that. So I felt that I'm going to the field to get informations on street begging with people with disability. What I mean by street begging, people using people with disability to get some financial income for their survival and that of the people with disability. Yeah, focus group. Yes, I'm going to interview people with disability. Okay, I'm going to have about 4. Yeah, focus groups has to do with first identifying the populations you want to study that have either lived experience or they have knowledge of the problem that you want to undertaking. Then they are not going to be more than 12. So in a group, and they must be homogeneous with similar experiences. So on a particular subject. So if I'm the the criteria first. Yeah, first, if they are male, they should be male. If they are disabled, all of them should be disabled. So if they are female, they also be female. And I should, in my experience, purposely know that they have common experiences and knowledge of the problem under investigation. So that is.
Thank you very much. I did not
No, sir.
Yes, we have others. We should have at least 2 more. You want to say something? I'm reading your mind.
Mine is also a cross-sectional study, it's research design. And I'm looking at the public-private partnerships to enhance food security in Kenya. So the research method is qualitative, and I'm using in-depth interviews. I'm looking at the various sectors
that are involved in production of food within the various areas that the government has designated, where the public sector and the private sector can partner to provide, to contribute to food production. Yes.
One that attracts me is in-depth interview. How do you intend executing it?
So within those areas that have been gazetted, we have various agencies that are working there, and these agencies have various employees. So initially I did a stratified categorization of those agencies in terms of the roles they play within those schemes. And then I select individuals who have key information that concerns the research area that I'm interested in. And then now I use the interview guide to ask them the questions and get answers from each one of them.
Later you move to the next stage of analysis. Thank you very much. I think we are okay with these two. No other contribution. Can you continue with, where is our operator? Oh, serving two masters at the same time. Yes, well, this one is self-explanatory. We are just saying at times there might be the need for you to merge the two. And in contemporary times, it is encouraged that you merge both quantitative and qualitative, where you need that skill on how to merge them so that they won't fight when you are merging them. The information you gather should be able to work harmoniously on the same path. Move to the next. Now we have here the differences between quantitative and qualitative. I don't know if you have done it before, so that we know how to skip it. You have. So okay, let's skip it. Then research methods and methodology. Oh, sorry. Research method and methodology. We know the difference now, or partially. Respond. Yes or no?
Yes or no?
It's a research question now. Yes or no? Let's get the frequency. How many, what is the number of yes, percentage? So okay, let me just quickly run. Sorry? Briefly, yes. Now, the two are related. Actually, in a research, there's no availability for you to say research method, then research methodology separately. They work harmoniously. Research method is just the research tool or the component of the research in the chapter where your research methodology is. You have the components. Your research methodology is, I'm sure you have a harmonized or a uniform research reports method. Am I right? Is there any templates that you use to report your dissertation? Do you have a template? You have. So you know what your chapter 1 is, what your chapter 2 is, and the components of each of these. What about the research methodology? What chapter? Chapter 3. Is yours 4? Not 4. The same 3. This is part of research and science. It's done in a systematic way, and the pattern will be the same. So the components of the research methods, they are always there. But what methodology does is to justify the choice of a particular method. Like he was saying, you are using cross-sectional design, and you are using in-depth interview. Why the choice or these choices? That is where your knowledge of research methodology would help you to explain, to justify, so that when she's reading it, she sees along with you why you are opting for that particular method. And he would not argue too, because he also has the knowledge. So by the time both of them are reading the work, they will concur that this is appropriate. That is what research methodology does. Then the second is the objective of research methods must be provided through the parts, the components of this section of your research. like your design must be there. You must justify the choice of the design. The presence of design, research design, is research, part of research methods. Your justification or explanation for why the choice of that design is what the knowledge of methodology comes to play. Then the participants, the instrument you are using for data gathering, and so on. And the beauty of it is that it allows for replication. After you have conducted your studies, and I'm interested, you are from Nairobi. Aha. And anyone, are you from Nairobi too? Who is not from? You are not from Nairobi. Aha. Are you? It's okay. So in case they are interested, and that is the science in research, if they are interested in our work, she had already presented the method. She has presented a methodology. They will study, they might say, oh, let's see, this policy in Kenya, we also have it in Nigeria. Let's see how these policies are being operated. Is it successful here? Is it not successful here? What is responsible for this difference? That is when they will say they want to replicate. And in the course of replicating our studies, they will make some discoveries. It might be cultural differences and so on. So that is why research methodology is very much important. So they work in tandem. Next. Now is the research process model. Have you done this too? So that you know you've done it. Sorry? Yes. You have done it so that we'll skip? It's okay. The author is Sanders and some others. They proposed this model to explain the research process. And they liken it to the onions. I know some of us or everyone, you know what the onion is like. The onions has coverage, one layer upon the other. For you to get into the middle of the onions, what will you do? The peripheral ones, you start detaching them until you proceed to that which is inside. It is with that ideology they came up with this research process model. And it has, I think, 5 parts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, 5 parts. The outer ones is the research philosophy. We are going to see some of these philosophies shortly as explained there. Then we have the research approaches, the deductive and inductive stuff. And we have the third layer, which is the research strategies, which we have just discussed, not quite long. Then we have the time horizons. That's where your cross-sectional comes in, or longitudinal, whichever, or you want to use both, if you are strong enough, you want to use both. Then before we now enter the main data collection methods, which are inexhaustible, whether it is quantitative you want to use or qualitative. Now, because we have discussed, in a way, we have discussed the data collection methods, and we have discussed, in a way too, the time horizons. We have differentiated between cross-sectional and longitudinal. I hope we know the difference. Is there anyone researching on longitudinal, adopting the longitudinal approach for research here? It's always cumbersome. Any? There's none. Well, when you, after your graduation, you are working out there, I'm sure there will be the need for you to do a follow-up studies, especially in communities. You observe them a period and you revisit and revisit, especially if you are introducing interventions. You want to see the efficacy of your intervention. If you don't want to use a control group, you want to use a repeated measures, you continue to follow them up. Then the third one is the research strategies, which we have done, but we are going to just concentrate on the 2 external ones, which are more related to research methodologies, and that is research philosophy and the research approaches. Next slide. We have three major philosophies which could guide our use of research methodology. And that is ontology, epistemology, and axiology. These are three philosophical approaches to research. Ontology has to do with the study of reality, how events, circumstances exist in an environment, and how these also influence or have a feedback on people. At times, some programs are put in place in an environment, and the reality of it is what is there and how is it, or how are they impacting the people in the environment. So I was looking at presence of poverty in an environment, and how is poverty affecting or impacting the people in that environment. Can you distinctively see two persons and say that one is poorer than the other? And that is the reality we are saying about. So under this ontology, we have three philosophical positions that could guide you in your approach to research. One is objectivism. Objectivism makes you to know the social events and the different meanings that people attach to it. We have cultural influences. There are things you see in your environment, and there are meanings you attach to it. There was one research we were involved in. The World Health Organization came with a program with medication for treating this skin disease. They were giving the medication free to people, but they discovered that people will receive and they will not use. And they wanted to know why. And we had to go to the field to understand how people, the meaning they give or they attach to that skin disease. In the course of the research, qualitative approach was used. You discovered that they had what is called social importance of that skin disease. And the importance was that as long as you have it, and the more you have it, it indicates how hardworking you are in the farm. So people would not want that skin disease to be erased. Rather, they are looking for more. So if you are telling me that I should take your medication so that the skin disease will be erased, then it means you want people to see me as a lazy person in my environment. So such will require a cognitive therapy for them to have a reorientation that it is not a blessing, it is a disease. So you need to understand some of these things, objectivism. Then we have another philosophical position which has to do with constructivism. And this proposes that how people can create social phenomena in their environments. Not the reality now that is impacting them, but how they create it in their environment. And in some climes in Africa, we see how politicians, for instance, they create problems in their environment. Why? Because that problem will be beneficial to them. Studies have shown repeatedly that at times you see they want to impoverish people so that by the time they want to engage in their campaign, they can give you a token so that you will vote for them. And that is the means they can win their votes. That is creating a social problem in the environment. At times, like we are saying about a policy formulation, you need to understand at times the persons who are creating the policies and know the hidden agendas. At times, some have hidden agenda. And I was discussing somewhere, I have a hidden agenda, and I'm on the basis of that, I'm coming up with a policy, and you are one of those that will implement. You don't know what I have in mind. Honestly, you are trying to implement, but your implementation is anti what I have in mind. Someone was reporting. The person lost the job because he was implementing what was anti what the source had in mind. So that is why we need constructivism too. Then pragmatism is the use of theories to identify problems. a researcher must never be ignorant of theories. You have to be conversant with your theories. Time up, it's okay. Then we have epistemology, and the epistemology is the aspect that really encourages scientific research in discovering information from your population. And we have it based on positivism. Positivism is mostly inclined towards quantitative research. Then realism is mostly inclined to qualitative research, while interpretivism helps you to interpretation of your findings. Then axiology helps you to learn how valuable opinions, people's opinions have on whatever you are studying. The next slide, please. Now we have the research approach, deductive approach, and inductive approach. For the deductive approach, are coming from a large point and narrowing down, and inductive is the other way, that way around. So deductive mostly considers the use of theories. You must have a good theoretical background if you want to adopt that philosophical approach. You must have a good theoretical background on the basis of which you align your problem with your research methodology. But inductive, in a way, goes at a reversal level, whereby from data collected, you can come up with the theory that can now be used for a general knowledge. Yes, next. Now we just want to have a glance at some common methods of qualitative research. We are familiar with these, I suppose. Again, maybe later we'll see how we can relate this to our studies. We have some of these methods: the content analysis, narrative analysis, thematic analysis, and the grounded theory analysis. All these have their own dimensions in terms of how you collect your qualitative data. And it is the nature of your problem and your ability, like we see there under the note, the method determines the method depends on your research questions. Whichever you want to adopt, your research questions, they matter a lot in determining whether you adopt the content analysis. Like content analysis, that's where you systematically analyze texts, information you have received, text, means of communication. The narrative has to do with more stories, trying to tease out the feelings, the perceptions of people in their reports. Then thematic has to do with coming up with patterns and themes that will help to explain your area of concern in the research. Then the grounded theory is mostly based on intensive theories. Let's move to the next. Then qualitative analysis software. There are some softwares, these two are mostly used, unlike the earlier approach, the traditional approach, where you conduct your analysis, qualitative data analysis manually. We have some softwares that are being used in contemporary times, where you need to be conversant with the softwares so that you can know how to use them and how to extract information, useful information from them, and you use them to explain answers to your research questions. Let's move. Yeah. Yes. Well, what I advise is your ability to contextualize. You take a philosophy, you study it intensively, first try to understand it, and that's why you are a scholar too. I know I saw one of such questions in the questions that were asked from the students. For when it comes to research, it's your ability to understand and adapt in a particular situation. Once you have the broad knowledge, amongst these knowledge you have attained or acquired, which will be most relevant for your particular research. So we might not just say this one is just what to be universally adopted. It is dependent on your research case, your situation. I hope that answers it briefly and quickly. Adaptation, that's just it. These ones, I think this is the last part. How to write effective methodology section. Number one, you may need to introduce your method. Introduction is very much essential. Then establish the connection between your philosophical ideology and your research problem. They must work together. They must align together. And this is your responsibility to explain it in your methodology section. You need to, annex them together. It is very essential. And that's what makes a quality write-up. When a third person is reading your work, the person will just be nodding that, yes, this person has a strong research base. And you may need to also introduce your instrument in your methodology. Again, you must be conversant with whatever instrument you are using. Ensure that you use sufficient information that will help you to explore all the needed information for answering your research questions. There are some of the instruments you may need to validate, may need to establish reliability and so on to ensure that there's consistency, especially when it has to do with quantitative research. Validity and reliability, they are quite essential. Yes, the next. Then your analysis. After collection of your data, you need to analyze. Again, you need to broaden your knowledge of for both quantitative and qualitative analysis. You cannot write a scientific paper without analysis. Then provide background to justify even your choice of your statistics. Then your sampling process must be included, and limitations, very essential. At times you would intend adopting a particular research method. You see it as very beautiful, but circumstances surrounding you would not allow you to adopt or to apply them. You need to address it. It is very essential. It shows your competence, because the person reading might say, no, this would have been a better method of approach, but you have already mentioned that you know that it will, but your circumstance is not allowing you to use this. So there will be no queries, as opposed to not indicating. Quickly, next. Well, some of the things you need to avoid in writing a methodology section, avoid including irrelevant details. Some people like telling stories. Some stories you have told in chapter 2, you want to bring them. Some, they have a lot of references, citations in methodology. It's not supposed to be. Then keep the session just straightforward. It's one of the technical parts of your paper. Very technical. So you must be focused and direct. Irrelevant information, unnecessary explanations, try to avoid them. Then do not ignore the problem that you encountered in the course of data gathering. That also is essential, so that a reader will see the enormity of what you have done. Yes. Then we have some additional do's and don'ts. I will hand over to my brother from Nairobi.
My brother from Ibadan. A clap for my brother from Ibadan. Wow, wow, wow. It's quite exciting to have this facilitation. And speaking after somebody from Nigeria, I'll be mirroring what he has said, but let me start it this way. Prof, as he was coming towards the end, I could see some of you are dozing, showing that they want to leave this. Could we just stand up for 1 to 2 minutes, all of us? Who can lead us into that, the thing we did on Monday? Yeah? Oh, it was called? Oh yes, Bado. Sheila, you can do it. You can try. All right.
So you remember Ba was up, Bado was the front, Bado was down. So are we ready to go? Up, Ba, Bado, Bado, bado. Bado, bado. Ba. Bado. Bado, bado. Ba. Bado. Bado, bado. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. Mine is a continuation from where Prof has left. But before I pick it up, I want to make two important observations. One, I recognize that you are at different stages of your studies. There are those of you who have already defended their proposal and they are out doing field work, collecting data. Is it? How many? How many are in the field? Very good. Sheila, anyone? All right, excellent. Okay. Where are you, Michael? Why are you quiet? Oh, you haven't gotten there. At the proposal stage, writing the initial ideas. Excellent, excellent. About to defend. Wonderful. Good progress. Yes, good progress. Then the other issue is we are in social sciences and predominantly subject of our research are human beings, predominantly human beings. We'll be collecting data, getting to speak to human beings who have different emotions, interest, attitude, and so on. It was speaking to me here in Lucania at this time. What I'm saying at this moment may be different from what I'll say when I get back to my house, perhaps. So that variation also is alive in our mindset whenever we talk about research, and we've got to appreciate that some of the issues actually Prof has already alluded to. So as a researcher, you've got to specify each and every stage. He talked about reliability. There is a concept of systematic, the science in research, outlining each and every step. Yeah, because you want others to follow. Let me share briefly my own experience. I did a qualitative study, pure qualitative. And before I embarked on the actual writing, I read quite a number of theses online, particularly targeting that research and targeting that chapter. And I came across, styles, variations, and so on. Variations notwithstanding, for me, what came out from that exercise is, did I follow what the researcher was striving to do? And when it came to our attention that it is important to outline clearly what you're doing and what you're not supposed to do is very important. And that's why we, expose you to these do's and don'ts. We got to appreciate your expectations you shared, which Prof has alluded to. Then I would also like to say, writing a PhD thesis or PhD research or any research is like you are driving on 2 gears. 2 gears, actually holding simultaneously back and forth, back and forth. Yeah. you realize you're almost finishing. All of a sudden, you have to go back. So even some of you who are already collecting data, I'm sure there's a few things you have picked up from this seminar and today's session in particular. So it is a back and forth, and you get to learn some of the do's and don'ts. Was it yesterday? We had a session, our supervisor's session, and there was the discussion around the content of the document, the page number of the number of words, that discussion. To us, what is important, again, picking up from the story of watermelon, the orientation. Yeah, the orientation. Positivist, quantitative. There is interpretivist, qualitative, longitudinal. So you've got to be alive to what is your philosophical position, what is your approach, and what is your design. In fact, as a newly minted PhD in public policy, whenever we meet, those are the questions that I will ask you. Or if now you're thinking about what is the philosophical position under guiding my study? What is the approach I'm pursuing? And what is the design? More importantly, applying. You like a tailor, you casting that piece of clothes to suit the customer. So you've got to tailor everything, all those methods. We go to the library and get hold of a thesis, completed thesis project, and you rush to methodology section. You start copying the other study, the sections, word for word. But what you are forgetting is to apply. You apply, pick relevant sections and then apply it in the case of in your study. If you have to define, you define. It's good, by the way, to tell your reader your appreciation of what you're talking about, what research design, who has defined that. But in this case, how is it applied in the context of your study? Without just, defining and keeping quiet. You move to the next section, target population according to XYZ, it is this and this and this, and you keep quiet. You move to sampling. According to so and so, a sample is, and you go ahead, sampling and sampling procedure. You're not applying anything. So you've got to apply some of the research methods that we were taught in our, research method classes, and some of those methods have been, our prof has revisited. So you can see the idea about do's and don'ts is just, for me, it's a precaution to be conscious of what is happening. As you write, you must also set boundary. There are things you'll be allowed to include. There are things you'll be disallowed to include. So the do's, again, you are working with your supervisor. Your mentor, for some reasons, I usually like using the word mentor. yeah, you're working with your mentor, and you've got to, in terms of following the advice, how each chapter should flow. And if you have a guide at your university, look at where the chapter on research methodology. There is variation I have seen in some universities, like in my PhD thesis, my research method was chapter 3. Yeah, chapter 3. In some there is one weird thesis. I saw a research method coming chapter 1. Yeah, chapter 1. I have never seen one that research method was coming at the end. I'm waiting to see. There is that variation. So look at the guidelines first. And again, guideline notwithstanding, the orientation of the study. How the background and the literature review will fit into each other is very important. So that is something that you will work closely with your supervisor as per number 1. Then, of course, methods have to be defined clearly, all right? Appropriate methods. You want to test hypotheses. You want to test a hypothesis. But then your philosophical position is interpretivism. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't fit in. Yeah. It's difficult. Then you are saying you want to use interviews and so on. So selecting appropriate methods is important, all right? And giving justification as to why you have selected that. Questions to do with, what is appropriate? Again, what is appropriate? Sample size. Sample size is, we have debated that as much. We're still debating. I come from an orientation which says, if you do, deep, qualitative, grounded qualitative study, number 30 is the magic number, and will allow you to collect adequate data. Some say saturation point. Saturation point. When you get to a point where you literally getting same story. Yeah, you go to Abuja, you get the same story. You go to Nairobi here, you are getting the same story. See, have gotten to my saturation point. And so as a research, again, discussions around should you proceed to the field with a preconceived sample, or you let your target population, all right, help you to get to that magic number, is something that you got to be alive in. And when you talk about sampling procedures, it is important that you bring that to reality. Next slide, please. Yeah. Don'ts. I have alluded to the first point already. You get hold of a thesis, completed project, and you want to assume that you can actually take everything and have that as part of your methodology. No way. So what is important here is use previous studies to help you have an idea how this chapter is laid out. My chapter on research methodology was 22 pages, 1.5. There's again variation depending on the orientation of the study and the elements that are included in each chapter, in that particular chapter, based on your own study. So tailoring research methods to fit your own study application. As Prof said, soft skills, very important. Next is figures, use of figures or tables. Now, again, what is important here is you want to present a picture of your target population in terms of distribution. Whom did you talk to? You lay out instead. I have seen some students including unnecessary, information like questionnaire. Instruments, actually when you're writing, those they are called what? Appendices, yeah? Yeah, they are attached at the end. Yes, they are attached at the end. So you don't fix them in that chapter. You refer to Appendix 1, yeah, refer to this, and so on. Next. Yeah, this was mentioned earlier. Irrelevant detail. So what is relevant and what is not relevant? What is relevant and what is not irrelevant, again, should be guided by what you have selected to include in that particular chapter. For me, what is important here is, in addition to selecting appropriate methods, justification. Why you selected. Is it Charles? When Prof asked you why, did I hear you providing justification why you selected qualitative approach? Why did you select? Maybe you can just help us appreciate this discussion. Why?
Okay, first of all, what informed my choice of qualitative was that in that area that I want to study, particularly the phenomena that I want to study, I discovered that a lot of quantitative methodology has been used in that area. So I decided to bring in qualitative methodology so as to be able to extract some information that questionnaires and other methods of qualitative research may not be able to bring out. So I want to use that as an angle of my research contribution to the gap of extant knowledge on the phenomenon on that investigation. So that is one. And number two is that I also want to use interview to get information so as to be able to identify some nuanced interpretations of the understanding of the phenomenon, which may not be able to be able to be extracted from the quantitative angle. Yeah. Collections. I included interview in my study because of the target audience, my target audience, that I want to extract information, which I felt that they may have experience, they may have knowledge, they may have information that will enhance my phenomenon of study.
And of course, the nature of your data, all right? You know, narratives, you're interested in narratives, you're interested in interpretation, and therefore, you know, in your own wisdom, you selected interviews as the most appropriate. So justification of each method is important. The other mistakes, the other mistake I have seen students also doing in this particular section is this temptation of, you know, you try to create a positive picture, you know, that, you know, this is the way things are happening, and that this particular, you know, this particular item has got, you know, less faults and so on. Depending on your study, again, there will be issues that will emerge when you go out to collect your data. You may realize that certain issues may not fit on certain research instruments selected. You want to ask your question, how best or which other tool would you have applied? Let's say if, for example, a focus group discussion, is it the adequate instrument that will help you to, you know, if you are doing a study, for example, on a local participation in a local community, you may also think around that. What is important is, you know, let people also see what you have done in terms of, you know, the actual application of that particular instrument, without focusing so much in terms of saying that the particular instrument has got no fault or so. Next item. Again, ethical consideration. Now, ethical consideration, I know there was a session on this. Two things I want to make as far as this section is concerned. Now, here in Kenya, I don't know, Prof, your experience in Nigeria and our friends in South Africa, increasingly we are seeing graduate students doing research and selecting organizations where they work. Yeah, it's very common. And that has serious ethical issues. And again, given the nature, the orientation of research interest, we don't want to we don't want to discourage you. We don't want to say no, you can't, because, you know, we are also promoting freedom of choice and so on. So how can you, as a researcher, delink yourself from your organization and ensure that you sustain objectivity? You are working in an anti-corruption organization and corruption agency, and you are researching on corruption or integrity among your colleagues. Huh? Kemboi, how will you achieve that objectivity? Your own positionality as a researcher and the organization where you are. How? Some ideas? Yes, Prof, at the end.
That is the area that quite a number of my students work in. And we have found through many years that if you are investigating especially sensitive issues that relates, for example, to corruption within a particular organization, nobody's going to say, yes, I am corrupt. So the best in those instances is we actually, I know you shouldn't do it this way, but we manipulate the study so that it's a quantitative study. I mean, there's hypotheses, because people are much more likely to complete surveys than be open in interviews or in focus groups. So that is just what I have found with my students in my own work. It helps. So obviously you need to follow all of those ethical considerations and anonymity and everything.
Yes.
But people are afraid that they will be identified, and then we actually go the funds through those surveys.
Yes, and precisely. And this is what I mentioned at the start. When you look at thinking ahead, envisioning your problem, and selecting appropriate methods that will allow you to collect data in response to the problem is important, because the concerns around, for example, how you collected data on a certain sensitive issue is something that I have seen so many students struggling. Of course, these issues, you will state them, right, about sustaining anonymity, respecting, privacy. You'll state this, but in practice, even some of us who have done this over and over, we have found ourselves in a situation where it is difficult to, collect data on sensitive issue. The point I'm making here is for some of you who are still at the initial stage of conceptualization of your such a topic, think ahead about ethical issues. How best will I be able to collect data on disability, for example? Disability is the language. Again, you also got to be very sensitive about your language. How will you maintain power balance between your subject who are able differently and you? So, in terms of even the approach, how you sit together with them, but also more importantly, how you feel those questions. So take note of that concern. I see I have 6 more minutes to allow you to also engage in form of question and response as we conclude this session. Yes.
2 questions. Let me start from your slide, this current slide. So number 5 reads how the participants will be affected, by the data or your research. I mean, number 6. So I'm wondering that how do we put this into perspective, knowing that this is a future, things, how will we be able to predict like the good, the bad, how they'll be affected, so that you can allay these concerns to them so that they can give truly informed consent? That's question 1. And secondly, you mentioned things not to do in the methodology section, and one of which is not to report only the positive. So I want to ask, like, at what stage does that come in? Is it at proposal stage, where we begin to envision the problems we may run into and write it down, or it is when we come back from field, then we'll say the negatives that we experienced? Thank you.
Yeah, my question is to Prof. During your presentation, you mentioned, the methodology, and that contemporarily it's advisable to mix it. Why you can use one, you're saying contemporarily is advisable to mix it. I wanted you to clarify on whether in contemporary time, time, you can still proceed with a single methodology and still achieve success. And then again, so for instance, my work, I'm thinking that the kind of quantitative data I need will probably be limited to demographic data. Much of the kind of information I need will be qualitative. So, and I know you can also use qualitative instruments to collect that kind of data, from your presentation. So in that case, is it advisable to just go with one method, or to still use, quantitative to collect that demographic data so that you achieve mixed method? Thank you.
One more, then we respond, and if time allows, we can do a last round. Actually, 3 minutes. All right. Thank you for your questions. Oh, you have a question? Wonderful.
Thank you very much, sir. Prof, it actually goes to you, sir. When you talked about the philosophical position, I just wanted to know if there is a kind of tripartite connectivity of the 3 positions you mentioned to the appropriate application in the course of research. Thank you, sir.
Question? All right. Informed consent. When we proceed to collect data, it's not given that your target participants will grant you opportunity to collect data. It has happened to me several times, and that's the nature of research. Some will flatly refuse. Some will gladly, invite you into their space. It's also, again, it depends on how you enter into that space, the entry strategies, some soft skills on your part, basically about introducing yourself, where you are coming from, your study, nature of your study, and more importantly, who are your final consumers. And if the study is funded or not funded, it's important that you clarify that. I wouldn't give the story, my experience with a Chinese researcher in my office because of time, whom actually I said no, because she came, I invited her to the office to come for an interview, but before we could proceed, she had removed her paraphernalia tools of trade and already, writing without seeking consent. And I said, I mean, you haven't asked me whether I'm willing to. So you don't assume. You don't assume you get into, even if you have established prior contacts, all right, don't assume that it's given. So make sure that you adhere to that. Now, the positive things, all right, again, not painting that positive things. Remember, initially you anticipated, and then when you go out, there could be mismatch between what you found, what you anticipated, and the reality. And there are things that may come out, openly. For example, you go out and say you managed to talk to everybody you targeted. You're creating a positive feedback from your. I have never seen a study where you targeted even as less as 20 or 10 and you manage to speak. Sometimes it is difficult. So what is important here? All those challenges that you encountered, you ensure that you explain very well. Prof, 1 minute as we wind up, please.
Professor is checking our time very well. Just to quickly answer your question, yes, in modern times, mixed design is encouraged, but that does not mean you might not use a single, whether qualitative or quantitative. It still depends on your study and how you can infuse it. But I've observed that, like some of these journals now, there's one journal that advertised on a case study report in teaching how to use these methods. Immediately I saw their description. I saw mixed design. I just picked one of my studies that I've used as a case study, and I use it to write. And it was a competitive thing. They were saying if your paper is accepted, there's a token. They said they will give £100. And I wrote, and at the end, they said my paper was successful. So I was so happy, mixed. So it made me now to fall in love with mixed design. Then lastly, just similar things. Everything depends on self-assessment, on your capability to use anything. It's a behavioral science. You can move this way, move that way. But when you are moving, make sure you are sure of what you are doing. Otherwise, you just expose your ignorance and your effort will just be defeated. But if you know it's only one you can conveniently use.
push money.
Okay. Oh, wonderful. So welcome to this session on the do's and don'ts of proposal writing, a guide to crafting a successful research proposal. Now, I am fully aware that some of you are already past this stage, but, or however, why I would encourage you to, I want you basically to check your own proposals. And remember, your proposals basically became your chapter ones. I want you to check those in terms of, are you on the right track? Now, if you ask me, I would say that the proposal, as well as the previous section that you had, would probably be some of the most important aspects of our thesis journey. Now, we're also just waiting for Dr. Connie to join us from University of Nairobi. She's actually going to start us off, but then we also have Prof. Aya with us. So you are getting a full representative team from the 3 universities. In case you have not met me, I'm Natasha Holzhausen and I'm from the University of Pretoria. Very unscientifically, I also went ahead and I asked lecturers also, and we're going to share these hot tips with you as well. I asked any hot tips for students relating to the do's and don'ts of proposal writing. And you should listen to this because there are certain themes that keeps on coming to the fore. And this will show you that these are aspects that you or other PhD students might not focus on too much. So I'm going to read a bit to you. On proposals, students should ensure they first interact with literature on the subject matter. It is do a review in that they should ground themselves with literature that inform their topics. Another lecturer, these are all supervisors. I pay a lot of attention to the area of conceptualization, alignment between the topic, problem statement, research questions, objectives, theoretical framework, hypotheses, and operationalization of key concepts. Once this is right, I believe the other things will fall into place. The student should consult literature in the area that are trying to write the proposal about and identify the gap. Someone else, understand the difference between a proposal and the main research presentation. Preliminary in-department knowledge on the topic through extensive literature review. Can you see, extensive literature review keeps on coming up. Consider feasibility of the research and capacity to conduct the research. So do you have that capacity? Another one, be realistic and focus on the context of your study. Students sometimes start the introduction of their proposal by writing about every other context but their own study context. We see that quite a lot. Students should ask him or herself, if someone read my method section, and can they understand it without asking me questions? You cannot do everything. Let's just check if Dr. Connie is with us already. Is she with us already? Not yet. Okay. So just one more, and then we are going to continue. My tip would be that the choice of topic is the most crucial part, and choose a model or a theory that will really support and guide your research and the development of your research instruments. Yes? Are you checking your own studies? Okay, so the first thing I want to say is that we acknowledge that there are quite fundamental differences between the three universities. So I cannot state it enough that you need to use the guidelines of your particular university. However, doesn't matter in terms of naming conventions or order or the extra things or less things that would be in a research proposal or even in a thesis for that matter. The context, what must be in that section will be the same. It doesn't matter where you are, who you are, which university. These are globally accepted areas. That is just our outline. So this is literally the blueprint of your study. If you get the proposal wrong, you will run into difficulty. Why? Because, for example, your problem statement could not be clearly defined. And if your problem statement is not clearly defined, your objectives and your research questions will also be problematic. And remember, we ask the research questions. So, and there are different conventions. I personally like it to have research questions before objectives. Others swap it around. It doesn't really matter. That is personal taste. But we ask certain questions to bring solutions to the problem. No? And we then ask these questions, and we take these questions and we make them our objectives. And we're going to focus on this a lot. Now, through your proposal, you showcase your understanding of your topic. Now, there seems to be a little bit of a debate in terms of recent literature, old literature. If you're doing a historical study, you can use old literature. If it's not seminal work, you don't use it. Why? Because in your proposal especially, you are showcasing to whoever reads it, often a committee, that you understand the current discourse on your topic. I personally believe that we should send you away for 6 months and you should go and read. Apply bottom to chair, the ABC principle, and read. Now, I know I said to you on the first day, stop reading, but for your proposal, you really need to understand what are people saying? What are they talking about? Because this also helps you to identify the gap. I have heard some topics over the past few days where I'm not so certain what the original contribution to the discipline will be that you are going to be making. Because remember, this is the primary criteria that you will be evaluated on. Do you make an original contribution? Remember in your master's, you just had to show that you can do research. With the PhD, it's about that original contribution to the discipline. Now, remember that also with the proposal, you need to have a timeline or a checklist. Now, Dr. Connie, she has a very nice document that we will share with you, where she also, it's almost like a checklist that you can follow to guide you through the whole process. So from your proposal up until where you actually defend the work, all right? So we are going to share that with you. Yes. So we are a little bit stressed for time. A good proposal expresses the intention of the researcher to conduct research. If we read your proposal, we're like, what? That's not a good proposal. I can tell you that with my proposal, I literally spent 3 months just working on it, refining it. I didn't work on anything else because the university where I applied, they would reject proposals and then you fall behind because then you haven't even been accepted because your proposal has been rejected. So rather spend adequate time on your proposal. And remember that, and I'm going to state this again, if your blueprint of your house, because you're building a house now, if the foundation is not solid, it will crash. And I don't want to scare you, but you are aware that students can fail a PhD. You know that. Areas which they tend to fail in, methodology, your previous session. So I hope you really listened well. And also, if it doesn't make a contribution to the discipline. Now listen, what is this degree called? So what is your first focus? Exactly. So whether you come from sociology, public administration, history, gender studies, it doesn't matter. This degree is in public policy. You have to ensure that it's clear in your proposal what the policy implications will be. I cannot stress that enough. I'm really worried about a few of you. Choosing a topic. Now, and remember, we are basing this all on the do's and don'ts. How do you identify the interests? You choose a topic that you are passionate about, but not emotionally involved with. Why am I saying that? Because, and I've seen this happen so many times, you get so emotionally involved in your topic that, and you are so focused because you know, and it's often because it's something that you have experienced yourself. And that has an influence on how you conduct your research. So don't get emotionally involved in your topic, but be passionate about it. Does it add value to your field? Woo. Oh, I'm going to keep on saying this. So Dr. Connie suggests, and it's also in her outline, that you have to write a concept note. And it's great. This is the shortest expression of your interest. And what I often find is I would do free writing. It's like freestyle, you know, not like freestyle dancing. We can do freestyle writing just to start getting some kind of an order. Now at University of Nairobi, the concept note has to be approved, and then you can start writing a proposal. For example, at UP, we don't have this concept note. But in principle, I think it's a really good idea. What is your concept note? And that is also something that you can take to your supervisor or supervisors and say, this is my concept note. This is what I'm envisaging. But you can't go if you have not done an extensive literature review. Now, a tip. Look at, so yes, government documents or in public administration, we would say, look, for example, at the state of the nation types of addresses, because remember, government is identifying areas that are important. But also go and look at recently completed PhDs. Now, so some universities call the PhD a thesis, others call it a dissertation. It's still a PhD, but for ease of reference, I'm calling it a thesis. Go and look at recently completed theses, because remember, they had just completed their studies. They had just spent at least 3 to 4 years on the topic. And that last chapter, it's the golden chapter, because they have already identified areas for future research. So be clever. You know, we need to work smarter, not harder. The title. The title you choose must be clear and precise. Now you can already see quite a difference. In terms of the title length, the approximate word length in Ibadan is 23 words. University of Nairobi, 10 words for a title, and UP, 13 words. Now, sometimes, like if you are conducting a study in the Department of Public Service and Administration or the Department of Rural Land Affairs and blah, 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 that already charles into, in our case, into your 13 words. So be clear. You saw that with your poster presentations. People were confused about topics and titles, ne? So think, how can I make this better? Do not confuse a thesis title with a conference paper title. Now, I can't remember what it was, but I was on our faculty postgraduate committee, and one of the titles that they suggested for a thesis had something about blowing up in smoke, and it had to do with tax implications for smoking. And we're like, oh, that's catchy, but we don't want catchy titles for a thesis. You want a catchy title for a conference paper because you want people to come and listen to your session. You want to be professional with your thesis. I should be able to look at your thesis title and not ask you, huh? What is that? Now, it doesn't have to be as short as everybody's, but mine for my PhD was whistleblowing and whistleblower protection in the South African public sector. Do you know what my thesis was about? Yeah? Yes. So please be mindful of your chapter. And we normally, and please check what your universities also state in terms of conventions, whether or not you use abbreviations in the title or not. In our case, yes. Yes.
Can I then assume when the variable
Yes. 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 So it's important what she's actually pointing out. What are the variables in your title? What are your dependent variables? And what are your independent variables? Thank you for reminding me. That is really important. So can you identify the variables in your current topics that you have? Are they clear? And remember, your dependent, cheat. Dependent, independent, think of I. I influence. Ne? I influence the dependent. Like whistleblowing, influence by, or whistleblower protection, influenced by whistleblowing. And whistleblowers, the people. So think of the I influence the dependent variable. Now, the sections of the proposal. Now, as I'm keep on saying this right in this, the order and naming convention may differ in universities, faculties, and departments. So make sure you know what is acceptable for your university, but also in terms of your department and your faculty. So I am assuming that you have guidelines in terms of what your proposal should be like, né? And that way that you have gone through it. Now, this basically includes everything that could possibly be in a proposal. Now, it could, for example, be introduction, or the heading could be preamble. Check your university. Statement of the problem or problem statement. And that's what I meant by it doesn't matter what we call it, the essence of it will remain the same. If we look at specifically the preliminary or proposed chapter outline, remember this is now what you are suggesting. And that is where we were saying, okay, chapter 1 is going to be this, chapter 2 is going to be that, chapter 3. When you have completed and you have used approximately these headings in your chapter 1 as well, remember that you need to change that proposed or preliminary just to chapter outline or chapter framework, because now it's what you have done. Because remember, your propose, it's like proposing to get married. It's my intention. But once it's in your thesis, you have done it. So let's have just a quick look at some of this. Now, remember, one of the reasons why we do a literature review is to identify the gaps. Make sure that you know what the gaps are. Your examiners will be experts. They know what the gaps are. So you need to ensure that you have read widely. Also, those gaps will lead to how you formulate your research questions and then also your objectives. And there are tools, and we'll be sharing with you the tools. There are quite a number of tools and tips that you can use. For example, citation management tools. So remember, your proposal is also there to test if you are ready for what is to come. If you have identified that you are going to do a qualitative study, and you are, for example, going to use Atlas TI for your data analysis or in vivo, do you know how to work with the software? Do you actually understand how coding works? What do we mean if we say a code book? Have you drawn up your code book yet? Yes? So it's important for you, because if you don't have it already, you need to go. So on the program, we're supposed to teach you this, one of these or all of these, depending. But I know, for example, in our university, very recently, like 2 weeks ago, there was a whole Atlas TI training again. So make sure that you know how to do it. Because if you pay people to do all of this, it's going to cost you a fortune. Now, the purpose of the preliminary literature review section is to establish the conceptual framework of the study. Now, I also just want to say that, and I'm going to again back to, do you understand the current discourse? Be guided by the current discourse on the topic. Does it fit? What is the value or the significance of your study? And you can't say it's significant because it's never been done in Nigeria. That doesn't make it unique. That's like, well, so what? I like to ask, so what? The problem statement, now you have gone through all of this, so I'm not going to focus too much on this. So a research problem is a statement about. If you don't get your problem statement right, as I've said, a lot of the other things are not going to fall in place. And I said to you yesterday, you should be able to tell me the problem in one sentence, not in one paragraph, one sentence. How do I know if something's too long? If I read something, the moment I do, it's too long. So, ooh, some students like these long sentences. That's why I said to you yesterday, be mindful of the way that we write, the way that we say something. So, and I've highlighted there, a troubling question that exists in scholarly literature, in theory or in practice. Because your contribution, we can look at, will it be in terms of a theoretical contribution? Will it be methodological? Or even will it be, for example, more of a practice? Now, there are also debates that in some universities, they feel that they want to see your theoretical question as one of your objectives. They want to see it. If you get examiners that are in America, so UP students, we have to have, we say international examiners. The Americans are very particular in terms of what they want to see. So can you build in that theory in terms of your research objectives? A persuasive problem statement consists of 3 parts. What is the ideal? what is the reality and what are the consequences. So what is the situation like now? Because if you don't tell me what the situation is like now, how am I going to know if your objectives are going to solve the problem? So what is the problem? Can you clearly tell us what your problem would be? So this is just, if you are going the hypotheses way, remember that you really need to be very careful in terms of your variables, and especially in considering that in terms of empirical evidence. How am I testing it? Which will have an influence on what? Do we have correlations? Now, you've all done research methodology, so I don't have to go into this. One of the lecturers said, do not change your topic if your hypothesis is going to be proven wrong. Years ago, I co-supervised a student and everything went well until we started looking at these data analysis, and we started realizing that he had started to manipulate these data. You can't manipulate your data, né? It's unethical. Manipulating the data so that it fits with his hypotheses. Remember that if a hypothesis is proven wrong, so you were wrong, it's still fine if you used all the steps and procedures. That's completely fine. Your hypothesis, and remember your hypothesis is your gut feeling. With a hypothesis, you're already providing the answer. A influences B, for example. A will have correlation with B, and C and D, who knows? Oh, depends on what kind of two-tailed, relational, all of those. So don't be afraid to do this. So in terms of your research objectives, you must have a specific objective, the general objective, and then your specific objectives. And it's always good practice to take your objectives and see how you can build them into your chapters. Because part of the evaluation criteria is to see, did they answer? Did they solve the question? They keep your objectives. And to see and tick, click, click, click. Also, why your objectives are so important. Examiners can come back and say to you, but why didn't you consider A, B, C, and D? Then we answer, because you have to reply to the examiners. Then we can say, for this study, the objectives only focused on this. So it's a way of I'm going to say, covering yourself, because that is the focus of your study. I had a student, and one of the examiners came back, and her study focused on Botswana. And the examiner wanted to know why we didn't include the developmental state. He actually also provided us with material that we could include in the thesis, you know. Of course, it was his own material. And we said, we thank the examiner for the input, but this study is not about Botswana as a developmental state. It focused on bureaucratic corruption in Botswana, nothing developmental state. And why could we motivate that? Because our objectives were clear. And obviously people like to see their own names and stuff. So be mindful of that. So they should specify what you will do in your study, where and for what purpose. Those 5 whiskeys in a hotel, the what, the where, the why, the who, the how. We want that. Okay. Your research objective and your research question, they are chommies. You know what a chommie is? They're besties. The order in which you state your objectives will be the order in which the corresponding research question will be. 1, 1, 2, 2. And you can't, because I have seen where you have objectives, but the questions have got nothing to do. Don't do that. Okay? Make sure that they correlate. And exactly as you said, understand the different variables. So there can you see an example. The core objective of the study is to determine the impact of study skills programs on student achievement. What is the question? What is the impact of study skills programs on student achievement? Now, not going to go into this because you've really done this well. I want you to be mindful of something. Using demographics does not make a study mixed methods. It doesn't. Ideally, mixed methods would be a 50-50 approach. If I say, oh, I'm just going to use the demographics, I have a mixed methods. It's not mixed methods. You're going to get hit because of that. And also, in terms of, and this is a chicken and an egg thing. If you are going mixed methods, decide which one comes first. Those of you who are doing mixed methods, how many of you are going to go mixed methods? Diamond, okay, not too many. Oh, I see more. Decide which one comes first, quantitative or qualitative. Am I doing a survey, quantitative? Sectional is a survey, so by the way. Am I doing the survey first because it's going to inform the questions I'm going to ask in my interviews or in my focus groups? Or am I doing qual first, conducting my interviews, my focus groups, whatever you're going to do, so that it will inform what is going to be in my survey? There's a reason. You literally need to have reasons for every single thing. Every decision you make, you need to know the reason for it. It's and because I thought like or somebody else, no. Why is the order important for my study? So know which one will come first. So why are you doing something? So, and also, and I want to say, be mindful of observations. And I said this in the posters as well. What are you observing? It's like, if you say, I'm going to use observations to remember you get all the different types of observations to determine customer satisfaction. How are you going to do that? Are you going to sit now and check according to the smiles of people coming out of the receivers? So really, I want you to think about what you pick, what you choose. Does it make logically sense? We don't just do something because I'm comfortable with it. I've had students, and I shared with you earlier that with sensitive, we would go quants and surveys, and they would be like, no, I don't want to do quants. I'm not a quantitative researcher. But the questions you asked, they are quantitative. The questions you ask and your objectives determine qual or quant or mixed. It's not because I like one more than the other. It's the kind of questions you ask that determines what you will use. You must really, and you can have experiments, but then you really need to understand how experimental design works. What do I want to achieve? And impact, and we've said this, if you're doing an impact study, there needs to be some kind of a intervention. What are you measuring? And sometimes you literally don't have time for all of this. You know, we really don't have time for longitudinal, unless you plan on doing a 6-year PhD. cross-sectional. How are you going to be one person at different sites simultaneously? You need to really think about it. What are you going to do when? So in terms of the methodology, just you need an approach, design, your data collection, population sampling, data analysis strategy. There are actually formulas that we can use to determine a sample, especially if it's quantitative. Remember, with quantitative, bigger is better. The more, the better. Because remember, with quantitative studies, you ideally would want to run parametric tests. You can run non-parametric, but it doesn't give you all the fields. So also determine, and if you are qualitative, you work with rich data, but we can also determine. So with quants, we can look at how many items do you have in your questionnaire. We multiply it by 10. There are different, lots of formulas that we can use. We never thumb suck anything. Do have reasons for the choices that you are making. You need to know what they are. Yes. Also, and I want to mention this. You cannot do a quantitative study and do email questionnaires that you send out and then decide. So if it would be, for example, in a whole county or a province in our case, and you've sent it out to all the people on middle management level. That's a lot of people. I'm talking now government. You cannot then say, I am going to say my population would be those that opened it, because that's not your population. And you can't just say that the 32, I'm lying, I'm going to be exact, the 69 who completed it in a pure quantitative study were my sample. That's not how sampling works. And I'm going to tell you that that student unfortunately failed. And that student refused to use any of the suggestions made. It's not a student from one of these 3 universities. But we need to think, and don't think you're clever. The examiners are going to be even more clever. Okay? Reasons. Oh, and do you have access to the organizations where you want to conduct your research? Make sure you have access. Because sometimes you don't get access. Or, and this has happened to a PhD student of mine, where one of the metropolitan municipalities just kept on dragging and dragging and dragging and dragging. And guess what? Time is moving on. And you know now, Juppie, we're like, no time to waste. In the end, we had to take his study to another municipality. So also be prepared. And one of the suggestions actually said, you must always have a plan B as well. Understand your tools, how you're going to interpret your tools, interpretation tools. If you're not skilled yet, and those of you who are saying, I'm already in the field conducting my data collection, I'm expecting you to be already skilled in these. Nee? If you're not skilled yet, back to the drawing board, take a step back. Let's get some training done. Snap, snap. Limitations. I'm just going to literally focus on this one. Time and money would not be valid limitations. Nobody's got money. Nobody's got time. And you see it, you might be guilty of it as well. What we say, and it's normally things like, I cannot generalize, because if I used a single case study or only in this sector, so I can't generalize it. Nee? So we can't do that. Ethical considerations, it was extensive. So I also had the onion in the session, which I removed already. Now, there is also a debate, should I pay people or have prizes to complete my questionnaire or be part of my interview panel? That is something that you need to discuss. And it's also discipline in health. They do ethnographic studies tend to lead itself to some kind of a motivation, but you cannot bribe people to complete your work. Nee? That's actually what I want to say. Do not bribe people. Okay. Ensure that you have appropriate training and preparation for conducting the research. If you are shy, so shy, and you are going to be conducting interviews, do have a discussion with your supervisor. Also ask them to help you in terms of how do I conduct interviews. And a focus group, it's not like we rock up and I'm like, hey, I'm going to ask you a few questions. There's a skill to conduct focus groups. One of our students, but she's a management science student, she used focus groups in a master's degree, and she had to get trained. I actually went with her because you have to be 2 people for a focus group, minimum, because somebody needs to observe what is happening in the room, to see little things happen. Sometimes people will be like, oh, roll their eyes. You need to be the facilitator who can pick that up because there's something. So it's not me, myself, and I in focus groups. You need to be skilled. I really want you to be skilled. Okay, we spoke about this. Academic significance, practical significance. What do you see here? What is the hero of your study? Public policy. You're getting funded for a PhD in public policy. Don't miss it. I'm afraid we're going to miss it. Yes. You need to defend your proposal. Some universities say, okay, after 3 months, you have to defend your proposal of the registration. Some would say, okay, like with us, your title must be registered first. And remember, you can change your title up until the very last end. Examiners might actually also suggest that you change your title, and it's okay. But if your proposal, you can't change it completely, because remember, you set certain objectives. Those objectives influence the methodology that you use and the design. Otherwise, you'll have to go through that whole process of ethical clearance again. You cannot talk to a single person unless you have gotten ethical clearance. You can't even show them, ooh, look under the table at my questionnaire. Can't do it. It's against ethical aspects. When you present, think about your presentation skills. Now, I have some students which are so shy, they want to pass out when they do their presentations. If you are like that, speak to your supervisor. Tips for success, common challenges, time management, writer's block funding. UP students, if you're going to move on, so now you had a lot of deadlines, the first year intake. In the second year, people would say, oh, I miss deadlines. You set your own deadlines. We have that memorandum of agreement, and it's got set milestones. Honor those milestones. Ask for support, stay motivated, have annual and monthly calendars. So by the way, this was compiled by all three of us, in case you're wondering. Understand your university policies regarding thesis writing, use the guidelines, but clear on your expectations and those of the supervisor. Supervisors differ. I heard it again this morning. Supervisors have different supervision styles. Some might like students to check in 2 times a month, some only at the end of the month. Some literally sits and wait for you to contact them. You might have a supervisor like that. If you have that supervisor, you better contact him or her. Hot tips from academics globally, and I literally mean globally. I asked them on Facebook, give me hot tips. So you're getting tips from University of Bath, Woods in Poland, South Africa, other countries in the continent, so many. Avoid asking standardized and trivialized questions and dare to ask questions that are disturbing. Understand the expectations of each section heading of the proposal template. Stay away from AI writing. Prof. van Dijk spoke about that yesterday. Do not keep changing your topic. Focus, focus. Know your variables. I copied this exactly from my Facebook page. Know your variables, know exactly what you want to investigate. Keep it simple. Ensure the nexus between title, problem, questions, or hypotheses, objectives, and methodology. And how will you measure it? How will you measure it? Do not base it on your opinion. Proposal should be based on knowledge and literature. If you insist on doing it, so this was actually don't, then at least have a very open and frank boundary setting session with your supervisor to align expectations of the ongoing relationship. Write every day, even if it's just a few sentences. A thesis needs to be written, not read, so discipline yourself to write something every day. Prof. Kamara, Eunice said, she posted this, read, 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 and read again. A, B, C, apply bottom to chair. Read, 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 A, B, C. And we should do this, not bara, bara, bara. We should do A, B, C, read, read, read. Problem and a hypothesis. What are the financial implications of your study or research? It's going to cost money to travel. It's going to cost money to make photocopies, especially if you're going to go into rural areas. People are not going to impress if you come there with your tablet. There might not even be internet connection, and now you come all fancy university student. Ne? Is there enough information available? Stay in contact. There. Don't change your topic when you realize you're going to prove your hypothesis wrong. I remembered this. I do like this a lot. She is from Dr. Jelena Jagger. She said, and she's at the University of Bath, it is the opportunity to holistically reflect on their project, yours. So even if you are now in your 4th chapter, reflect now. The task is to craft a plan, but they must keep in mind that things can change. They need to be at least mentally prepared with a plan B, and that such circumstances do not signify failure. For example, during COVID-19, data collection efforts substantially shifted from many scholars due to various unforeseen circumstances. I had students who wanted to give up because they were like, what are we going to do now? They didn't. Choose a topic that inspires you, ensure the topic genuinely interests you. Because remember, you're going to sit with this topic for 3-4 years. And by the end, you're going to hate it. Authentic engagement will make the journey less burdensome and more fulfilling. Consider feasibility. Research thoroughly. Again, extensive literature review. Define clear objectives, specific research questions. Outline your methodology so you can see this. And also, I like this. Write clearly. Use concise, jargon-free language. We don't use fancy schmancies. No? And be careful, some people come up with their own words and then nobody's heard of it. You know, be mindful of that. Know that if you have an option, because you can do a thesis by publication. Have you discussed the monograph versus that? And then just some of the don'ts. And I like where she said, your PhD is in many cases not your magnum opus, and you don't need to feel pressured to receive the Nobel Prize for this work. So it's an original contribution, but you don't have to get the Nobel Prize. So just some cool tools that you can use. Prof. van Dijk also shared some with you yesterday. This helps you. So it's not AI writing, it's helping you. This is a great resource. Prof. Johannes Cronje. More. Thank you. And Prof. Ayo is going to handle all the questions that you have. Keep it short.
Actually, who did the presentation? Okay, I'm sure you've had an interesting time since the program started. And a number of things that has to be mentioned here, there are things that you have actually gone through, but they actually forms major components within a proposal. And Professor Natasha mentioned it clearly. If your proposal is not good, the book may not easily be developed, and problems can arise along the way. And she mentioned something clearly, that it is better to take extra time in preparing the proposal rather than rushing into the study. If you spend extra time, you would have had a long thinking, and it's possible the concept is now very clear and evident in your mind. And when you start picking your objectives, she also mentioned something, that when you are deriving your objectives, it is sometimes encouraged that you derive your objectives that they can lead to each chapter. And in some of the, she mentioned that you follow the guideline of your university. Some university had rigid guideline that you follow the IMRAD method. So if that is the IMRAD method, you can also design the objectives in such a way that you'll be able to write clearly the chapters. And I think honestly, when proposals are well written, it is like you have already concluded chapter 1 of your book. So she also mentioned that we have to look for tools that makes our work very easy. So I just felt I should mention these tips out. Okay, so let's undo 1, 2, 3 questions if you have questions. Okay, 1.
Obviously, not stick to what my university prefers. should I, you look at me, right? So obviously I would stick with what my university prefers or the guidelines of my university. So what then happens if or when I am given an external examiner from this university that doesn't agree with what our guidelines are?
Okay, that's very easy. Most often what university does is when they are inviting the external examiner, they send the rules of your local university to that university. So within the rules, the referencing style, the writing methods, everything would have been stated. So that when he's actually doing the examination, he already understood how and the format of that university. And that's what he's going to use to assess you.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other?
Thank you for the presentation. Quite impactful in terms of addition of knowledge. But there's one thing that I really didn't get clear at the methodology. For those of us who are using the mixed research method, when the quantitative and the qualitative, then you are like, we should know which one should come first. Now, allow me to give my case scenario. I'm using both. So at the beginning, the literature review, I intend, after the literature review, to get the questionnaire from that information. So it's like I'm starting with the qualitative, then getting to the quantitative. Now, I still have some interview guide that I will use for in-depth. At what point now do I say I started with this? Because I'm looking at it, I'll start with the qualitative, yes, but at a point, I will run the two together. How do I kind of differentiate that and be sure that I'm starting with this or the other? Because now I've been sitting here and imagining, do I do the in-depth? Then immediately after that, I'll have now to do the quantitative. Again, I'm about to defend my proposal. And at the point of defense, I must have the questionnaire. So now I still not have done the in-depth. So kindly guide on that. Thank you.
So remember, we also distinguish between primary and secondary data. So you are coming from secondary data. And everybody, it doesn't matter which discipline in here, works with secondary data. So secondary data is when we use existing research. Primary data is when we collect our own, empirically, we collect new data. Yes. So don't get confused in terms of thinking mixed would be if you have, for example, interviews and a questionnaire. But what you are doing, all of you will be using secondary data. And that is fine, because you have to have the secondary. So unless you work on grounded theory, anybody going to work on grounded theory? Grounded theory, we gooi everything out of that door. South Africans, what are gooi in English? We throw it out, né? About it, because everybody's going to use secondary data, and that will inform your questionnaire or your this. But what I meant with the mixed methods is when we say I'm doing interviews as well as a survey, and then understanding which one must come first. Yeah.
If you have actually, you have read 1, 2, 3 to a certain number of literatures, or literature rather, how did they do it? What did they do? Which one came first? Actually, I know often it's reported as quanquat. So you have to look which came first. Like she said when she was presenting, in taking your decision, it may be that you first of all have to do your interview to be able to raise your question for survey. Or otherwise, you first of all have to do your survey
to be able to raise your question for interview. But when you study over a range of time, you're also able to pick what others have done, and it gives you a pattern, particularly in the window of your study. Is that all right?
But everybody will have literature secondary data that is already in existence as part of their studies. But yes, if you don't, then I'm really worried. That's why you're doing that literature review.
Okay, let's take one more. Yeah.
Research gaps. Thank you. Your research gap can be based on the methodology, or I think one of them too is also based on region. But you also mentioned here that it's not significant if you say that because this research has not been conducted in Nigeria before. So can you please help me shed more light on that? Is there like a line that you draw when it comes to region? Is there like a line that you need to draw when it comes to identifying different regions as your research gap? Is there?
Okay, should I go?
Yes, please.
Yeah, well, it's not as if she's throwing it out completely, but you see, what she's trying to say is that, you see, you must make your motivation strong. And if your motivation is only going to sit on, it's been done in Uganda, now I want to do it in Nigeria, would that be a sufficient motivation? That was what she said. So, but you see, in preparing the problem statement, you can have more than one that you can add together, including the regional variation. Did I get it?
Yes. Because remember, so I always say to my students that remember that your literature review already sensitizes the reader to what is to come. You are prepared, you are setting the scene for what is to come. So you are already starting to build into your problem statement with that. And the problem statement is the scene of the crime. No? It's the scene of the crime. And we have to solve that crime. So through your literature review, so you won't have a single reason that it has not been done in this region, because remember, you are setting that stage in terms of you building why this is the problem. Yes. Yeah. Okay.